right, we'll go ahead and get going here. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on January 14th, 2022. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss two topics. First, Power with Purpose, solar update, and two, report on litigation. We will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Let's see, Director Williams, do we have a motion to go into closed session? Director Williams, we can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes.
Great, wonderful. Happy Tuesday. Yes, I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:01 a.m. to discuss two topics, Power with Purpose, solar update, and a report on litigation. With respect to the Power with Purpose Generation Resource Project solar update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion will involve competitively sensitive utility infrastructure information, including potential pricing that would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by its business competitors, and also would create a competitive disadvantage for the district if known by potential contractors and property owners that may be involved in the infrastructure projects. The update may also involve discussion of legal matters, including contract negotiation matters that are protected by attorney-client privilege. With respect to the report on pending and potential litigation matters, a closed session is necessary because the discussion involves legal advice and strategy that is protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine.
Okay, this motion requires a second.
Second.
Thank you. Ms. Henners?
Wagner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Director Howard is absent this morning. Director Molhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding two topics, Power with Purpose, solar update, and report on litigation. No votes or other action will be taken. So at this time, public attendees will be removed from the WebEx event and we will stop the WebEx recording. All right, I have 10 a.m. A motion and second is required to reconvene an open session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Henners?
Wagner,
Yes.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Molhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Spurgeon,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, the motion to come out of closed session at 10 a.m. is carried. This closed session was limited to discussion regarding two topics, Power with Purpose, solar update, and report on litigation. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Earlier, before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You're in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board's guidelines for public participation, We do not take public comment during the all committees meeting. We will take public comments at the board meeting on Thursday, January 20th. With the escalation of COVID-19 rates in our area, board meeting will be conducted remotely via WebEx events and will begin at 5 p.m. The public may attend remotely via WebEx events by going to oppd.com. We want to encourage everyone to wear a mask and to get vaccinated. Joining me today via WebEx are my fellow board members, Mike Kavanaugh, Janice Mulha, Craig Moody, Mary Spurgeon, Eric Williams, and Rick Yoder. Sarah Howard has a scheduling conflict and is unable to attend today. We also have President and CEO Javier Fernandez, our General Counsel Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, members of our executive leadership team, and Oppd staff. Additionally, we have members of the public consisting of Oppd employees and members of the public joining us today. We conducted a closed session earlier to discuss two topics: Power with Purpose Solar Update and Report on Litigation. Today, we will hear from the following committee reports. Director Moody will provide the governance report. Director Yoder will provide the Finance Committee report. Director Williams will provide the Systems Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee report. And Janice Mulhoff will provide the Public Information Committee report. Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing.
Thank you, Chair Wagner. I will start with the two main safety briefings that we always have. One has to do with our physical safety and the other one with our mental health. On the physical safety reminders, please, if you're not feeling well, if you have a medical condition, we typically, when we are on site in the same place, we typically ask you to write a note or tell your neighbor you're not feeling well. As most of us are at home or in a remote location, please just ensure that you have a way to let others know that you're not feeling well, especially if you're alone at home. If you're having a medical condition, we may not know how to help you if we don't know your address or your phone number. So while respecting people's privacy, I encourage you to please reach out, make sure that someone on the call has enough information to assist you should you need assistance. The other one is ensure your meeting area, your home, your office is free of trip or slip hazards, cables, cords, etc. They could result in trip hazard, especially when you are exiting on an emergency basis. Please take a moment to identify the location of the nearest AED if you're in a public building, first aid kit, fire extinguishers, your exits, your regular exits and also emergency exits, as well as stairwells. If there's a fire, please do not use stairwells, and identify restrooms and shelter for tornado or severe weather, which we are not expecting today. If you are not certified in CPR or AED, I strongly encourage you to do that. I know some of us have our certifications expire. With COVID, we haven't been able to get back and get those certifications, but I highly encourage you to do that. Also, from your place of work, wherever you're working today, please identify the proper method for contacting emergency. That'll be 911, or if you're in an Oppd facility, there are different phone numbers. The most general one is 3700. And unfortunately, this is something that we continue to live with, and this is violence, workplace violence or public violence. Consider your plan if there's an armed or hostile intruder. We just had a couple of stories this past weekend across the country. Make sure that you have a plan. At Oppd, when we're in a facility, we call that Code 32. That is an armed intruder. Have a plan to run, to fight, or to fight. Know where would you run? Where would you hide? And ultimately, if you had to fight, what would you do? Moving on to the right side of the screen, I won't read the whole screen, but really it's psychological safety, where we're trying to promote that mental health for our employees. I'm going to focus on number 2. Last month, I focused on item number 1. This time around, number 2 says, embrace the culture of curiosity. The best solutions usually come from a healthy selection of options, being intellectually curious, asking people with different opinions for more information, It allows people to experiment, to innovate, and develop ideas or suggestions that are different, and really opens up a collaborative environment and not one where people feel shut down by others. On to the next slide, Ms. Sanders, please. Our current safety focus, as you can see outside your windows, you may see some snow, some ice forming, thawing, and freezing again. You know, walking, working, and driving in winter conditions continues and will always be a hazardous conditions to walk, work, or drive. We need to make sure that we continue to prepare for the cold weather and be on the lookout for the freeze thaw that could cause trips. Number 2 is sprains, strains, and tears. These injuries, again, continue to be our most common significant injury. We are doing our best to reduce those, but those happen to everyone. They affect anyone, any demographic. So please make sure that you're addressing and trying to prevent any sprains, strains, and tears, even when you're at home. And the last one is to stop work when you're distracted, when you're unsure or you're confused. Many times we perform the same task. One of it could be driving, right? And so be aware that when you're distracted, you are more vulnerable than when you're not. So please stop, slow down, pull over if you're driving, and if you're distracted, make sure that you can gain concentration before you go back on the road. And that concludes my safety briefing.
All right, thank you very much. First up, Director Moody with the Governance Committee Chair report.
Thank you, Chair Wagner. Good morning, everyone. The Governance Committee met last week, January 13th. You see the agenda before you. There are a few of these that I want to spend some time talking about during my chair's report today. So just a quick preview of what we're about to do here. I do want to discuss items 1, 2, 4, and 6 during my chair's report. All but one will be very brief updates. And then the remaining items on that agenda that you see in front of you will be discussed later during this all committee meeting. I want to focus my time during the chair's report on item number 1, the corporate officer performance review and compensation adjustments. If you've had a chance to look at the governance slide deck from that meeting, you'll be at least a little bit up to speed on this, and governance committee members, please hop in here, Javier as well, to add color and reinforce anything. In summary, the governance committee is recommending that we adjust the cadence by which we do executive performance reviews and compensation adjustments. So historically, which is to say 2021 back to about 2007, we've been taking those and doing those when those executives have their anniversary, their job hire anniversary. Naturally, each time that occurs, you all know the process. Javier provides documentation and a recommendation for what a compensation adjustment might be. We spend a lot of time reviewing, discussing, and ultimately making decisions about what those are. It goes to the board for eventual approval, as is required by law. And also, naturally, that takes a lot of time when you take them one at a time, as we do in that matter. So the recommendation was made to consolidate them to occur at one time during the year. There are really kind of 2 key outcomes that occur as a result of this, and there may be others, but I have 2 on my mind that I think are extraordinarily important. One is it will save both the board and staff pretty considerable time over the course of a year when measured in totality. So it may be a little bit more time consuming in the moment because we're reviewing several compensation adjustments. But when you look at it over the course of the entire year, there's a pretty significant expectation that we will save quite a bit of time, energy, and thereby money by doing so. That's one. And secondly, and I appreciate Javier really bringing this point up during our governance committee meeting as well, conducting those reviews all at once will not only allow us to talk about obviously each individual, but it will allow us to have a conversation about executive level team performance and how the unit is functioning. So I think that's a really, really important outcome that I wasn't anticipating as we went into that discussion is it will ensure that we have really good in-depth conversations about how that executive level team is performing as well. From a process standpoint, what this looks like, we expect that we would hold these conversations in May. So May is the time when we would, as a board, review Javier's recommendations and have discussions of performance. We would then vote in June. So the intent here was to not, as a board, discuss on Tuesday, all board members, all discussion, and then take action quickly on Thursday. We wanted to give a little bit more space time for discussion to occur and for the public, if they elect to weigh in and provide some input and feedback. We wanted to be as transparent as we possibly could. So discussion May, vote June, and then they would take effect in July. And naturally, they would also be retroactive to that individual's hire date. So they would go backwards a little bit, and then they would be prorated going forward as well. So all in all, really, I think the governance committee agreed was a really good approach and a good adjustment to how we're doing things today. And for the most part, provides pretty significant benefits to the organization that we want to take advantage of. So I will pause for a moment to see if other governance committee members want to add any clarity. Javier, if you have want to add anything that I missed, and to ensure that we've got space for the rest of the board to ask questions and discuss. Not seeing any hands. Oh, I see a hand from Director Kavanaugh. So Mike, go ahead, hop in.
Thanks, Craig. Yeah, years ago we used to do it this way, and it worked well. I'm not sure when we change over to the current process. When we have to, when we do them all at one time, though, I don't recall how we're going to do this. As far as you would make any potential rate adjustment retroactive to their anniversary date. Would we only have to do that the first time, and then would they all be in sequence, or would we have to do that every year?
I can answer that, Director Kavanaugh. The idea would be for us to do this one time. There are certain calculations that we would have to make so that if this is the case going forward and we would adopt the same cadence every year, there is no point in making the retroactive and the prorated adjustments every time. So the first year or the first cycle, we would have to make some adjustments, but the idea would be to not have to do that every time. So then we start the following year, all of us from the same date, and then there's just a 12-month cycle.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, thank you, Director Kavanaugh, for that question. Leaving space for other comments or questions.
The only other comment, if I may, Director Moody, it's we talked about corporate office performance review, and this is the executive leadership team. These are vice presidents who are, so not all the executive team today are vice presidents, but eventually it's all vice presidents. And the clarification would be my performance review also happens to coincide in that same time frame. My performance review, of course, it's handled differently. I do the performance review for all the vice presidents. I present them to the governance committee individually and then have an opportunity to talk as a team. But then also at the same time, there's an evaluation from the board on my performance. That doesn't really change from past practice. And in fact, it also coincides with the same timing we're proposing here. So I just want to provide that clarification that I would be included in the same process.
Yep, that's great, Javier. I appreciate that clarification. Thank you very much. Director Kavanaugh, I see your hand is still up. I'm not sure if that's stale or not. If it's not, please hop in.
I'm sorry, I'm having difficulty there. I'll take it off.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, colleagues, this is procedural, doesn't require a vote. So again, just wanted to affirm that everyone was comfortable with this. And I did connect with Director Howard yesterday about this as well. So I think we're all systems go on this adjustment. So thank you for, I think honestly it was Director Wagner and Javier had a discussion and brought this forward. So thank you to you for your striving towards continuous improvement as we continue to get better. Okay, the remaining items on the Governance Committee Chair report we'll just do here real quickly. Once we as a committee decided that that was our approach for item number 1, we essentially tabled item number 2, Kate Brown's performance review, so that will come up in May. Item number 4, OPPD redistricting. Mr. Bruckner gave us an update on our redistricting status. It was heard by the Power Review Board in late December, and we did obtain conditional approval with really very little fanfare as we understand it. So the timeframe normally this goes into January, so the legislature did adopt that conditional process, which is very fortunate. Final approval will be held on January 21st, so that's scheduled for a few days from now. We are generally not expecting anything, but naturally Mr. Bruckner is tracking along and will let us know if anything changes. And then finally, the last item that I just mentioned really quickly is the Governance Committee did have a discussion as a sort of follow-up to a closed session enterprise risk management discussion. So that was in closed session in December. Because I was in closed session, I'm not going to discuss the content or matter, but the conversation really was through the lens of making sure that we were all seeking to understand and really kind of digging into a conversation just to make sure there was alignment and to get really reconnected on those. So again, can't discuss the subject matter here in a public session, but just wanted to highlight that. Happy to have an offline conversation with anyone if needed. Okay, that concludes my Governance Committee Chair report. Moving on in the agenda. We're over to you, Director Wagner, for election of board officers. Go ahead.
Okay, so during the workshop that we held in the fall, our board discussed the potential of having our leadership terms, or excuse me, our leaders, the chair, vice chair, secretary, treasurer, remain the same for this coming calendar year, and there seems to be alignment along that idea. And so in order to facilitate this on Thursday in a streamlined way, Mr. Foch had come to me with the suggestion of doing this in a resolution format. So do you want to kind of talk through this and kind of the process on Thursday?
Absolutely. As many of you know and have experienced on an annual basis, the way the elections have traditionally been held has been a nomination, a second, the ballot process, the collection, knowing that from October's meeting, December's meeting, and this meeting, it seemed that the formality of that type of process might be a less than efficient way of getting to the proposed resolution that would be presented. And so instead of having each nomination and second and voting in that way, a resolution would be presented as resolutions are and then voted on by the board to streamline the process. I have confirmed with Council on this approach. Council agrees that it is compliant with all spirit and intention of law, and so it will be a different way of handling it than in the past, but a more efficient way. It's our hope.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foch. Are there any either governance committee members that like to weigh in or any other board members that have questions about this approach? Questions, concerns, any of the above? All right, I currently don't see any hands, so we will move on. So in the same fashion, at the same meeting, perhaps Mr. Foch, you can also clarify for the board
Absolutely.
how committee assignments will make their way into an official record.
What's been happening in recent years has been on February, after the chair of the board is elected in January, the chair presents a slate of committee assignments in February for the board approval and concurrence. With the expectation of the resolution that we just looked at would be passed in January. The planned chair is going to be bringing forward a slate of committee assignments for the board to consider, in that way prevent any lag between January and February, allowing for the immediate appointment of the committees. Again, this approach has been reviewed and we're very comfortable with it, and it addresses a concern that's been raised by board members in the past, and that is kind of this delay in starting and the continuation of the work for the standing committees. It's our hope that this addresses that concern.
Thank you. So my intention is to make just a couple tiny changes to our committee assignments as they currently stand, to really just facilitate some logistics on kind of back of house logistics. But I still need to connect with one director on those potential changes and finalize my slate. So almost there. It'll be there by Thursday. Thank you.
So you're just to affirm process, I want to make sure I understand. So we expect to have a single resolution that would cover both the board officer elections and committee assignments on Thursday, or will we have two separate resolutions, one for officers, one for committees?
I appreciate the question. There would be two resolutions.
Okay.
One for officers. Once that's passed, then the resolution with regards to committee assignments could be presented by the newly elected chair.
Got it. Okay. Separate actions. Very good. Okay. So we will expect to see those fairly soon so that we can get that out to the public at least 24 hours in advance of the board meeting. Very good. Are you complete, Director Wagner?
I am.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you. So let's move on to SD8 Monitoring Report, Employee Relations Governance Committee. So not really any significant comments from my standpoint here. This is one that I always appreciate seeing. I think all of us as board members are extraordinarily interested in the sentiment and perspectives of our employees and want to ensure that OPPD is a premier employer. And so very excited to see this report, and I'll turn it over to you, Mikkel.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Director Moody. Thank you, Mo. OPPD through SD8 has established that OPPD will maintain a diverse and inclusive workplace that reflects our core values. And with that, we've also established top quartile performance goals as it relates to employee engagement among companies that are similarly sized. Further, SD8 establishes that OPPD will first and foremost engage its workforce in personal and professional development, maintain and communicate written policies that define procedures and expectations for employees, bargain in good faith with the agents of represented employees, conduct an annual engagement survey, and provide an annual AAP, that's the Affirmative Action Plan report, to this board. Next page, please, Mo. This report is going to take us through several of the items that are mentioned or articulated in SD8. And the first of those is around diversity and inclusion. The I3, the legacy I3 program, which started in 2017, really was a signature D&I program at OPPD. And the efforts have seen many high school students come through the program. We've had many of them not only graduate from this program, but actually go to college, go to either a 2-year or 4-year program, graduate from that from those programs as well. We have hired several of those students, and this chart that you're seeing on the screen now outlines the accomplishments or the achievements of that program. So at this point, we're showing 78 graduated, 58 enrolled in college, and 7 of those have graduated. The program continues to be, I would say, one of our signature programs, but I would highlight at this time that 2 years and 2-year time frame, we expect that the program is going to be changing a bit, such that we will not be taking students who may not be as targeted as we might want them to be in areas specific or related to the work that we're doing here at OPPD. So going forward, we have an expectation that the program will be more targeted relative to what we have been doing in the past to getting the employees that we want. And of course, this program is specifically designed to help us increase representation, that is minority representation within OPPD. Next page, please, Mo. Another way that OPPD works to build an inclusive culture is through our employee resource groups and our communities of practice. We started the year, that is 2021, with 9 groups, and we added 2 more during the year. So the 2 that were added are the ones shown at the bottom of this page, and those are the OPPD Project Management Community, as well as the Empowering Working Families group. There are, relatively speaking, about 730 employees involved in either an ERG, an employee resource group, or a COP. And that represents about 38% of our workforce. These groups also provide ongoing learning opportunities for our members, and it helps us continue the ideas of our core values and honoring our community as well. Next, please, Mo. The second part of the report focuses or puts a spotlight on the work that OPPD is doing in the areas of personal and professional development. So we believe wholeheartedly that a whole person begins with a well person in all facets of their life. So OPPD has elevated its promotion of employee wellness through the offerings that you see listed on this page. We would like to highlight a few of those, namely highlighting that our wellness specialist continues to offer virtual fitness classes through the pandemic. And of course, this was something that we offered in person at select areas of the district or select facilities throughout the district. And with the pandemic, we've now started offering those fitness classes virtually. These will continue through this year, throughout 2022, in collaboration with coaches from the local YMCA. Additionally, we offer a weight loss program that's sort of akin to Weight Watchers for folks who are familiar with that. And that's offered through our insurance program. It's a nice add-on, and this program is open to all employees and their spouses. OPPD also continues to focus on the management of chronic diseases, namely diabetes and hypertension. Again, just a few of those that I wanted to highlight. The list is a little bit more exhaustive that's shown here on the page, and there are even others that are in development or that are relatively new. Next page, please, Mo. OPPD has chosen to have a few internal training programs, but we want to ensure that they are of a high quality. Within 2021 or during 2021, about 83% of OPPD employees attended at least one training program of some kind. Within 2020, it became apparent to us as we started the concept, as did the country, of working from home. We put together what is called leadership huddles, or the leader huddle. And these meetings were created in an effort for leaders to come together and not only discuss leadership topics, but more importantly, discuss how we were going to address this new situation we found ourselves in. And that was, how are we going to lead the organization almost in a remote environment in some cases. And those started, they started and they were done weekly. We then went to a bi-weekly cadence. And within 2022, we expect that that will now mature and move to what we are calling leader cohorts. So coaching cohorts is now what that's going to transition into. But the leadership huddles has proven to be valuable, I believe, both to leaders individually as well as to the organization at large. Additionally, we have a program called Supervisor Sparks. That also continues to be sort of a peer learning environment in which ideas could be shared. And it's just among the supervisors. So supervisors tend to be leaders who may have less experience, but of course we have a varied amount of years of experience in that population or within that group. So it's a nice way for those leaders to get together and share their experiences as well. OPPD has launched a change agent network. We now have 24 individuals who are able to provide change support within their business units, in addition to being subject matter experts in particular areas. But we also have the change management team that sits within human capital, and they are able to offer their own SME or subject matter expertise in certain areas and support the business in that way. Going further, we signed a memorandum of understanding relative to Crew Leader University in November of 2019. We have now, since inception, we've had 5 sessions of approximately 90 employees who have been offered and who've participated successfully in completion of their oral boards. This program actually settled some grievances that we had with our represented employees around what is called crew leader bypass. So through this program now, we have crew leaders or candidates who are now qualified and prepared to be a crew leader. So the pilot was rolled out, it was successful, and the program continues to be evaluated, and programs will be made even as we prepare to go to the next cohort. We have continued the gathering sessions, and through that program, we have 11 cohorts that have completed it. 4 of those cohorts happened, or 4 of those groups came into existence in 2021. These sessions provide a supportive environment for women and for people of color to discuss their experiences and any obstacles that may exist as it relates to career advancement, and helps them to develop resiliency. The cohorts actually, once they are created, they are maintained almost throughout the employee's career, at least the way that they've set it up to this point. And so there is an expectation that not only do they get together virtually before they got together physically for social gatherings, but in addition to that, they have gotten together to form or start projects that actually will help the district, both as it relates to D&I or as it relates to other areas, D&I being diversity and inclusion efforts. We have Also continue to hold the full Diversity Partners Global Labs, and we've now had 9 of those cohorts. So what we want to highlight here is there are a lot of programs, a number of programs within OPPD that strives or that aims to promote the idea of inclusiveness and inclusivity here at OPPD. We have participated within several external programs, and those programs include things like the ICANN partnership. ICANN offers 3 programs that OPPD participates, being Emerging Leaders and Define Leadership for Women series, as well as the Define Leadership for Men series, among others. Leadership Nebraska, Leadership Omaha. Like I said, there are many of those. The Lead Diversity Omaha initiative is something that OPPD was instrumental in starting with the chamber, and we continue to participate in that program as well. Next page, please, Mo. OPPD's leadership team actively promotes an inclusive workplace and community, and the leadership team demonstrated its commitment to inclusion by releasing a statement against Asian hate during the year, and we continued brave conversations throughout the district. So both of those, I believe, were indicative of our push to, again, demonstrate and show that OPPD is an inclusive community, and we strive to make ourselves even better in that area. Next page, please. SD8 also requires us to maintain and communicate written policies. As it relates to that, our collective bargaining agreements, I think, set the foundation in many instances for those things. So there are 3 agreements in place, and for the most part, all of our documents, all of these documents, procedures, etc., are on our company's intranet site. The agreements here, they outline the expectations for bargaining unit staff and provide for the 3-step procedure for handling grievances. OPPD, like I said, we maintain all of these documents for employees to access and review on our intranet. Policy 3.01 is our Code of Business Conduct, and it outlines many of the different ways that we are to conduct ourselves. And it's sort of some of the same things that's covered in the board's Code of Conduct as well. All employees, both full-time and part-time, receive annual training on the code and are required to complete a questionnaire to help us identify any potential conflicts of interest. To date, there have been no major issues identified through this process. A third-party external reporting system called Ethics Point is available for all employees to anonymously report potential issues. Internal complaints are filed through the employee supervisor or directly to the Human Capital Business Unit. Depending on the subject or the report or the type of complaint there is, these issues are handled and investigated differently. They may be investigated by Human Capital, by the internal audit team, by security, or by outside counsel. So once the investigation is completed, the reporter receives notification of the results and the nature of the action that's going to be taken. The number of complaints has remained steady over the last few years. I've made note that over the last 2 years in particular, we've seen 13 and 14 complaints, and that was in 2020 and 2021 respectively. External complaints are handled through any of the external processes that are provided by the EEOC, other government agencies, or by any type of legal claim process that may be in place. Mo, next page, please. Labor and management agreements on all three of our collective bargaining agreements are set to expire in May of 2022. So at the end of May, all of the agreements are set to expire. We are currently preparing for negotiations, and we have the support of management as well as the unions as we move forward. Our labor team works with the three local units, I would say with the three locals throughout the year to negotiate memoranda or letters of understanding on various topics that arise during the year, where we need in particular clarification of items that may not be so clear within the agreements themselves. And truly this is and continues to be a testament of the ability for labor and for management to continue to work together in good faith, that we definitely strive for. Within 2021, we negotiated 39 separate agreements on topics related to the pandemic, the creation of new classifications, work rules, and alternative work scheduling. Also, since 2017, labor and management have been meeting regularly and continue to do so on areas around benefits. So our benefit consultants, they come in and they provide a level of transparency regarding the benefits that we provide, how they're used, and how the costs are not only determined, but also how they are incurred. Beginning in 2018, Labor Relations and our Safety Business Unit have hosted quarterly meetings with union leadership to discuss overall safety trends and issues with members of the executive leadership team. OPPD provides training for supervisors on the leadership framework behaviors, human capital processes, and how to administer the collective bargaining agreements. And that is something that I anticipate will become even more pronounced in 2022 and in future years. OPPD provides training for crew leaders on leadership skills in areas like, again, performance management, safety, problem solving, and other things that will be applicable for the most part to leadership. How are we leading our teams? Next page, please, Mo. The scope of this report generally would be encapsulated or is here for us to articulate what happened in 2021. However, we wanted to provide an estimate of the timeline associated with the upcoming negotiations. And to the right, you'll see some of the items generally that we will be negotiating: wages, benefits, working conditions. Those things always come into play. With the opening of negotiations happening just a few weeks ago, so during the week of January 3rd, we opened negotiations. We are preparing to have meetings starting in February, early February, and that will be meetings of management, groups of management, employees, as well as union representatives to go through these items and what the contracts will look like over the next 3 years. And we do expect and anticipate that we'll have 3-year contracts. Our expectation right now is that negotiations will be completed by the end of June. But again, this is estimated, and I expect and anticipate that we will have great cooperation on both sides, on the side of management as well as on the side of the union leadership. Next page, please, Mo. The OPPD has been we've been required to conduct an annual engagement survey. And with that, we're showing here the response rates as well as the overall favorability as was reported in the last survey. So as you will see, our engagement response rate, or the survey response rate, continues to be high, with it being at about 86% during 2022. And you were updated, you were given the results of this survey in August of last year. You will notice that the response rate went down a bit, but I don't hesitate to highlight the fact that these response rates are extremely high. Engagement survey results typically see anywhere from 25, even upwards of 60%. And the fact that we are now in the 80th percentile actually speaks loudly to the fact that OPPD employees want to be heard and they are encouraged to be heard. The overall percentage favorability continues to increase, albeit slightly. We have also noted, and I think it was reported to you as well, that while our scores continue to go up, because the pool that we are benchmarked against, also those results also continue to rise. We missed what is called Tier 1, the Tier 1 group in the 2021 survey. Action plans for improving engagement are in place and are being executed across the district. So we're looking forward to seeing what's going to happen there, and we are working to that end. Next page, please. We are also required to provide OPPD's affirmative action plan. The most recent AAP, the affirmative action plan, was completed in April of 21. The AAP basically, it tells the story that we are still in a great place. We are making progress as it relates to diversity here at OPPD, but admittedly our progress is still a bit slow. Some of the challenges that we see here are aligned with what might be considered national challenges, and that is of attracting both women and minorities rather into STEM fields. So when we are looking for talent, specifically in engineering and technology as an example, we are getting, or the issues or some of the challenges that we are having is really reflected in what we are seeing in the greater community and, like I mentioned earlier, in the nation at large. So secondarily, I would say we have to attract not only some of the talent that we need to the Omaha area, but then we also have to be very intentional about how we are attracting the talent to OPPD. We continue rather to source through LinkedIn. You know, that's a national platform to attract national talent to ourselves. And we are growing our presence on other internet-based vehicles like Glassdoor and Indeed, where we can also attract more talent. We've discussed some of these items already in terms of how we are developing our workforce and some of our D&I efforts and initiatives. And those are all things that, you know, not only come into being or are pronounced through the affirmative action plan, but also helps us to create a culture that will attract the people that we need here in the district to do the work that needs to be done. Several years ago, OPPD led in the development of the Nebraska Energy Consortium, which is a state organization affiliated with the National Center for Energy Workforce Development. We continue to be actively involved in this organization, and I will be privileged to sit on the national board for the next few years. Through those connections, it is our expectation and our anticipation that we will get additional ideas and strategies by which to elevate our standing as it relates specifically to the affirmative action plan. Next page, please, Mo. And here we are. It is still with us. So almost 2 years in, our employees and the nation remain impacted by COVID-19. Infections from the Delta variant continue to plague us through much of 2021, and Omicron, that variant came on stream in Q4. We continue to support our employees in many ways. Our work from home efforts are continuing. We have also extended both our crisis leave offering as well as anything that's related to funeral leave. We're seeing less of those now, but that offering is still available to our employees. We continue COVID-19 exposure contact tracing when necessary. And we also are now offering more than ever before the online learning opportunities from Empowered University and from the Legacy, through rather the Legacy program itself. We've continued to modify the onboarding process. So when employees start with OPPD, typically they would have had a full day at headquarters and then had a full day of safety training at the safety facility. We've modified that now to minimize their interaction in person. And there is also a virtual component associated with onboarding employees as well. Next page, please, Mo. Board of Directors of OPPD, it is our privilege and pleasure to provide this report as a summary of what is happening at OPPD as it relates to employee engagement. Our employee relations at OPPD is alive and well, and we anticipate great things for our company and for our employees in the future. I will now turn control back to Director Moody.
Thank you, Mikkel. Well done. I've got a couple comments, questions. Well, colleagues, board member colleagues, if you've got hands, I see Rick, you're up, but I'm going to hop in first if that's okay. Chair's privilege. First, a comment. I really appreciate what I view as the district's approach to helping our employees become the best version of themselves that they can be. I think employers on occasion go down the wrong road of trying to maximize a person's potential only for the sole benefit of that organization. And I think that we do a really wonderful job of really helping our people become the best version of themselves that they can be. So that to me shows up in our personal and professional development approach, which I think is really extraordinary and suits us and benefits in many ways as well. Two questions. Mo, if you could go back to, I think, the slide with the graph. There you go. And Mikkel, I apologize if I missed this, but our strategic directive is to be in the top quartile for employee engagement. Can you give us, and if I missed it, I apologize, but can you kind of tell us how we're shaking out in terms of our employee engagement metric and as it compares to similar sized employers?
We missed it slightly in 2021. We have seen a rise in the group against which we're being benchmarked.
Okay.
So we are very close, but again, we missed that mark by, I would call it literally by a fraction of a percentage.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So that was my one question. Second question, this is mostly out of curiosity. Does the, I think part of what I feel like is happening out there a little bit right now with the pandemic, in many ways as bad as it's ever been, people are often struggling in ways that they perhaps weren't before. They're frustrated. They're not sure when the kids are going to be home from school. There's just a lot of unknowns. What is the district? You hit on a couple things that are aimed at helping our employees kind of from a whole person wellness perspective. Does the district provide an employee assistance program that gives employees access to counselors and therapists anonymously? Or is there, talk to me a little bit about what the district does to help employees from a mental wellness standpoint.
Thank you for that question. Mental health is going to be a focus. Actually, it is a focus for us this year within 2022. And what you just mentioned, actually, we do have available for our employees. So from a mental health or mental wellness perspective, yes, we do have an employee assistance program, and that comes to us through Best Care, which is a subsidiary or attached to a medical facility in our community that we're very familiar with. So our employees do have the option of connecting with or have access to the mental health facility and the staff that's available to everyone and at their disposal. Additionally, our insurance program provides that type of support as well. So if an employee, for example, was familiar with a therapist in the community and they wanted to connect with a therapist privately in that way, we also support that through our insurance coverage. Additionally, we partnered with the Chamber of Commerce, who actually offers a program that is called the Navigator Program, where we now have individuals who come to our facilities at scheduled times during the week. So these are our weekly visits. We have 2 employees of the Chamber who visit our folks from Monday to Thursday, in particular visiting the facilities now to the extent that our new policy allows that to happen. And they interact with those employees. We have gotten favorable feedback. I mean, I'm very happy with the interaction that we've gotten up to this point, but there's been favorable feedback relative to both utilization and effectiveness of the program up to this point. And what those individuals do, they help our employees identify issues that they may be having, or if they walk in to speak with them with an issue, then they can, that is, the facilitators can direct them to resources to help them in the ways that they need. So the EAP program may be one of the resources that our employees are directed to, but there are also, or there may also be other resources in the community that may help in that way as well.
Indeed. Okay. That glad to hear that Navigator program is going well. I think that I've heard of that a little bit, but I appreciate you bringing that up as well. Okay. Thank you for that response, Mikkel. That's super helpful, and I appreciate it. Board member questions. Turning it over to you, Director Yoder. You're up first.
Thank you, Director Moody, and thank you, Mikkel. I have a follow-on question to the mental health. And then another question. The follow-on question is, I have heard that I've heard of the existence, just like there is a first aid program for physical injuries, of a mental health first aid program. Is that something that our employees are trained in or know about? And I haven't seen or evaluated these programs, so I don't know of how good they are. But is that something that you guys have considered?
Yes. First aid mental health, that certification lasts or is in place for 2 years. So at the end of last year, the employees of the Human Capital and Safety business units renewed their certification in mental health first aid. So we had done it 2 years prior, so that would have been in 2019, and we've renewed it. There are now discussions in place, or we're having discussions rather, relative to the need to expand the employee base that may be getting it, perhaps to leaders or to a group of leaders in a broader fashion outside of just human capital and safety. So yes, that is in place for us. And a program that we found to be very useful as well, quite helpful.
Great, glad to hear it. You mentioned that there are employee complaints have kind of leveled at either the 13 or 14 for years 20 and 21. Can you remind us all of what that process is, and do we, the board, hear the nature of those complaints?
The process, yes. So the employees themselves, individual employees or groups of employees, would either bring an issue to whomever or wherever they feel comfortable. So they have the option of going to the supervisor or manager to have a conversation, and it may be elevated to human capital then in that way. There's also the option of using anonymous means, and that is through the program I mentioned, Ethics Point, which is an online portal where employees can, again, anonymously submit a complaint. So generally, that would be our process as it relates to internal complaints.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
No, if you had further comments about it.
You had also asked about the nature of those, and those would have been, I think Steve Kerrigan presented SD10 to you in September, where he would have outlined those, but I do have them listed here, and many of them are relational in nature, but I'm pulling up that information now. I'll be able to give it to you.
And that's okay to get that later. The reason I asked for this, and if we get the annual report in SD10, maybe that's when I should be asking this question, but the reason that I'm interested in having a robust and trusted employee complaint program is back to the finance committee, and we've learned from our auditors how important that program is to learning about things that audit committee wouldn't necessarily learn about. So that's the only reason I'm asking, and thank you very much. I'm complete.
Thank you, Director Yoder. Thank you for the question.
Thank you, Director Yoder. Director Molhoff.
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Mikhail, for this report. And so my question is we hear a lot in the news about the Great Resignation and about people just quitting their jobs and going and looking elsewhere or just leaving the workforce. Are we seeing that at Oppd as well? And is that affecting our ability to do our work?
Thank you for the question, Director Molhoff. Generally, we are not seeing that. And based on the research and what is written on this topic, it appears as though it's happening, or it's at least more prevalent in areas where employees feel as though they are not getting ideal wages or benefits, things of that nature. And so it's for that reason that, given the opportunity, or at least during a time when the federal government was providing benefits, it afforded employees nationwide, some of them, the opportunity to explore other ideas, to get training in other areas, to find more ideal jobs or careers for themselves. And so that was a lot of the impetus, again, for the Great Resignation based on our understanding. Oppd is, fortunately, we are positioned such that we have solid careers. We offer our employees good wages and great benefits. And so we have not seen a whole lot of that as it relates to the Great Resignation.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you, Director Molhoff. Pausing to see if any other colleagues have questions. I do not see any hands at this time. Mikkel, I do have one final question, and then we'll transition. Strikes me that it's been 5 years since we went through a collective bargaining process. So this year is going to be the time in which we can really lean into and ensure we are bargaining in good faith. So perhaps this is nothing other than just reiterating how important that is to me. I'll let the other directors speak on their own, but me personally, I think that's really important that we both sides show up to that table and bargain in good faith and out of respect and mutual professionalism. So I'm really excited to see how that process unfolds. The governance committee, as it states here, has reviewed and accepted this as a monitoring report and views it as sufficiently in compliance. We'll vote on this on Thursday as a board. And then I'll just remind you all really quickly that from a process standpoint, when it comes to not only reviewing these for compliance, but taking future steps to perhaps review and refine. The board, per our workshop, our intent is to enhance that process by the end of the first quarter of this year. So Scott, Foch, and I already have a meeting on the agenda, and I think Director Wagner is going to join us to kind of start to map out some of those action items from the workshop. This is certainly on the list. In the meantime, if any members of the board have thoughts regarding policy questions, enhancements, whatever it might be, feel free to shoot those over to me, Scott, Mikkel, with a CC to Javier, just so that if there's anything that you're wondering about, would like to see different, I don't want to miss an opportunity and punt that all the way until the next time we get one of these. So feel free to reach out. Otherwise, thank you, Mikkel. Well done and much appreciated.
Thank you.
Okay, and the final item on the governance committee is claims settlements in excess of $50,000. Mr. Foch, coming to you.
Great, thank you. As you know, the Nebraska State Statute 84713 requires a report to board of directors for settlement of any claims in excess of $50,000. So we're here really to simply report that claim. The claim is between us and USIC. USIC is, as I say, a utility locating company that we contracted with to locate Oppd facilities. On December 31st, 2020, we concluded our contract with USIC, and there were approximately 80 collect claims totaling about $800,000 outstanding, i.e. USIC owed this money to Oppd. Through the closing process, we agreed to settle pending claims in the amount of $523,488.74 without any admission of liability by either party. We have entered into a written settlement of claim. And again, the point here today is simply to inform you of this claim. And Lisa Huff, who is our claims manager extraordinaire, is here just in the event that there are any questions that we could answer.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Pausing for a moment to see if any board members have any questions or comments. Looking for hands. Hop in if you need to.
And Lisa, if there's anything that I may have missed in my report out, I would invite that. Great, thank you.
Okay, hearing and seeing none, I think we're good. Director Wagner, that therein concludes the Governance Committee's report. Thank you.
All right, trying to find my mute button. Okay, next up we have the Finance Committee. Director Yoder.
Thank you, Director Wagner. Pulling up my notes. The first two items we will discuss in a moment, the pledge securities and the retirement plan policy revision. So I'll jump over those and go to 3 and 4. The others are housekeeping, so that's where I'll spend the bulk of my time. And these are really pretty well connected. The cost of service study reflections is, as you know, but maybe the public does not know, that on January 4th and 5th, everyone had a chance to look at the cost of service study in a review, cost of service study process in a review. And I just want to thank everyone who worked so hard to put that together. And who then took even more time to respond to board questions afterwards. And I also was pretty well thrilled that all of the board members took time to participate in this first ever board review of the cost of service study. Thanks to CFO Bishop and his team, the Q&A in the post-review period, I thought were well captured for the Finance Committee discussion that took place on January 7th. And those are in the diligent notes. I don't know if those were sent out broadly, but they're certainly in the diligent notes for the Finance Committee. And that helped prompt our discussion. So all of the board members around that Finance Committee table expressed their appreciation for the cost of service study review effort. Different board members identified different specific learnings in addition to each expressing their appreciation. One takeaway for me that was raised from the review and the review of publicly available literature is that while the board members are now much more knowledgeable about how the cost of service study works, I think in Finance Committee, we began to understand what outcomes come about by differing assumptions or choices from among various cost of service study mechanics. This one possibility for follow-on action is captured in our minutes and will probably need much more board discussion. How might it be possible for board members to solicit external subject matter expert viewpoint on these tools? And I don't mean to diminish. I want to say that I am certain OPPD has excellent capability to use the COSS. But I am interested in, and this was raised in discussion in our October meeting workshop, where and how might the board gain the perspective of other COSS reviews around the country and outcomes that are built into the process. So as I said, that's going to take some more discussion, and I expect that to be part of our Finance Committee discussion about SD2 improvement processes in February. And quickly, before I ask for other people to comment, I do want to tie these two together. SD2 board members are moving forward on SD2 revisions. We are focusing on the opening paragraph dealing with goals. There was a list that was provided to Finance Committee members for them to spur their issue identification. And they can add to that list or move to subtract from that list. Hopefully I will get comments by the end of the month. I hope that we will have board member level goal discussions identified by the end of Q1. And at that time, we'll again pick up with the refinement of principles bullets that were already begun in Finance Committee last year. We've already reached consensus around some of those principles, but that discussion's on hold right now while we look at the goals. And CFO Bishop in Finance Committee alerted us that he's offering a robust process for principles refinement to the Finance Committee in February, and I'm hoping that all of this meshes very nicely. We'll know more in February. So with that, I would encourage other Finance Committee members to weigh in to my my comments then on what happened in 3 and 4 before we move on to 1 and 2. And I'm not seeing anything. Then that's the report.
Director Williams has a question or comment.
Oh, I see it now. Thank you. Thanks for the help.
Yep, sorry, I was not on the committee, but I just wanted to chime in and say I also significantly appreciated the cost of service study process presentation. That's something we've talked about a number of times over the couple of years that I've been on the board, and I found that exceptionally helpful in understanding how staff is carrying out some of the mechanics. And as Rick said, looking at what outcomes we'd like to see achieved. I think that that was an extremely informative presentation. So thank you to everyone on staff who put effort into that. I really appreciated that. I think that's, Rick, I appreciate the fact that you helped to coordinate that because of how valuable it was and how it can help inform policy updates that you talked about in SD2 as we look toward the future. So thanks very much to you and to staff for that specific opportunity for learning.
Thank you, Director Williams. Director Spurgeon?
I will reiterate that gratitude as well. As a new board member and seeing as how the 7 of us have never gone through a rates process before, it was just really important to see how the cost of service study is done and what it takes into account. And it was eye-opening for me, and I think for other directors, how it relates to some of the other SDs as well. So a terrific amount of information shared and a great amount of coordination done to present that to us. And I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Spurgeon. Anybody else? Suddenly, there we go. Very good. So we have a reporting item up first. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. And if we're done with our hands up, we can put them down. So we have a reporting item first on pledged securities. CFO Bishop.
Thank you, Director Yoder, and good morning to the board. Relatively light month for us compared to the prior month, so appreciate that. We'll advance forward. I do want to take a moment on the cost of service rates review. Again, very excited to see the level of engagement by the board. That was fantastic. And again, want to give the credit for the hard work that goes to the rates staff, Tim Lennell, Beth Hoyle, Brad Sear, and the team, really to pull that together for the first of its kind. So I thank them for that. Relative to that, we've got 2 items in front of us. The first is the pledged securities. And again, as you're going to see, both items are coming out of the Treasury area, led by John Thurber. Regarding this reporting item, this is really a state requirement that we're required to complete annually. Banks where we have balances over $250,000, which is the FDIC insurance threshold, requires that we have pledged securities in place to mitigate our risk of loss. Very similar to what you'd have in your own personal account. Commercial deposits are insured up to $250,000 per depositor. The FDIC insurance protects bank customers up to that level, and to mitigate the risk of loss, we get a pledged security in place from the bank to mitigate that risk to the district. So with that, John, do you mind giving us more of the details on the report?
Sure. Thank you, CFO Bishop. The only thing I would add to that is we do have 2 banks that we hold balances above the $250,000 level, Wells Fargo Bank and US Bank. We do have pledged securities. We get pledged securities for the balances that we hold above those, above the $250,000 limit. And so that's an ongoing process that it really is kind of an automatic process. Whenever the balances exceed $250,000, they automatically provide us pledged securities. So we are in compliance with the state statute. We also have and you'll see 16 other banks where we have balances less than $250,000. Those are banks where we just transfer monies out every day, sweep them into our larger banks. And so there's really very little balances held at those other banks. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from my colleagues? I appreciate, John, the fact that that OPPD does business with banks throughout its service area, and I'm thankful for that. I'm wondering, I'm noticing, I think, maybe I'm wrong, some mergers and acquisitions. Is it harder to find those banks?
There's certainly been banks that have merged and moved into larger banks over the period of time. And these banks really are a way to allow our customers to make payments directly at these banks. That's where we get most of these deposits through. So we have a program which allows banks within our service territory to sign up with us and allow them to accept customer payments. Obviously, most customer payments now are electronically done, but still a way of meeting customer demand for payments in person.
All right. Thanks for the added understanding. Appreciate it. I believe we can move on to the next topic.
All right. We'll be looking for an action from the board on this item. Again, I want to thank the Treasury Group, Siegel Marco, and the Trust Selection Committee for the work they've done here. What we're proposing is a very minor change to the investment policy. We'd be removing the existing fixed income, global fixed income asset class and adding private credit to from a policy perspective. Why are we doing this? It's part of our routine review to optimize our retirement plan. We want to ensure that we're delivering on the plan objectives, improving the funded status, maximizing returns with prudent risk levels, and maintaining sufficient liquidity. How this was done, and again, the details, John will jump us through here in a moment, but in terms of just the overall process, this is part of the review that we did, an asset liability study and liquidity review that was done by Treasury with the help of Siegel Marco. Coming out of that effort was the recommendation that we're bringing forward today. That was taken to the Trust Selection Committee and approved, and we'll be bringing that forward today for your review. With that, John, I'll pass it over to you for more details on the study and the work that you guys had conducted with Siegel Marco.
Great, thank you, CFO Bishop. We do have Jeff Busek, who is our main investment consultant at Siegel Marco's. They provide, Siegel Marco provides us with review of our various investment managers in our retirement fund. They look at the policy periodically, and they go through what we call an asset liability study, which looks at the projected liabilities of our retirement plan going forward and makes a determination on whether the retirement fund investments can meet those liabilities based on the projected returns of our various investment options that we have. It was a pretty long, involved process. We started this back in May. We've engaged with the finance committee of the board over a number of months to kind of understand the asset liability study process and look at the various options that we looked at as far as potential changes to the investment policy. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the presentation over to Mr. Busek, who will kind of go through kind of a summary of the asset liability study that we concluded here in early November, and then the recommended investment policy changes that we're asking the board to consider as a result of the study. So, Mr. Busek, if you would like to move forward with the presentation.
Sure, John. Good morning, everybody, and happy belated New Year. On a side, before we get into the meat of this, let me just say congratulations to the Huskers on their hire. I'm a Pitt alumni, so your capture of Mark Whipple, I hope he brings to Nebraska, you know, what he did for Pitt. I've been a long time Nebraska fan. I coached here in Atlanta with one of your alumni there, Kevin Rainmaker. So I've been following Nebraska for a while. So I really do hope to see Nebraska back in the top 25 for football. I know we spent a couple of years moving Steve Peterson back and forth, and none of us like to look back on that time very fondly, but I do think this is a great hire for you guys, and I do wish you well. So with that said, I'll jump into what we're here to talk about and take you through this, and I'm happy to answer any questions as we go through this. Some of this is repetitive. Either Jeff or John has already mentioned this to you. The introduction here just sort of refreshes what we're trying to do here, which is, maintain a funded status of 100% or maybe a little above that, get to that point and hold it there. And as part of the governance program that we've had in place, that you've had in place for a long time, we take a look back at the asset liability structure of the pension fund about every 4 or 5 years. And we did this last year. And as John mentioned, very, very, very granular in the details that we went through. Took several months to complete it. And I think at the end of the day, really does, excuse me, help set us up even better than maybe where we have been. As you know, we've done a lot in the last decade or so in terms of diversifying the portfolio into new asset classes, and we've seen the benefits of that in better returns, less volatility out of the portfolio. And I think what we've done here will help in both of those camps going forward. If you could just turn to the next page real quickly. Excuse me. One of the things, and we mentioned this to the committee when we first started, that one of the things that we're seeing more and more plan sponsors look at are the private markets as a way to diversify their portfolios. And one of the shortcomings of the private markets is they're illiquid. So as we talked about that and said we'd like to look at some of these private market investments, and some people label them alternatives, but essentially they're not things that are traded over the stock exchange or over a bond, open bond market. So they are illiquid, and before we started this, we did a liquidity study to just make sure that we could take some illiquidity into the portfolio without being stress tested if we ever get back to an environment like 08 or 09 again. And at the end of the day, that really we really saw that we did have a lot of liquidity in the portfolio, and so some illiquidity was something that we could take on. And what you see here on the left-hand side is where we are currently with the policy, and excuse me, what the recommended allocation is. And really, as you go down the columns there, the only shift that we really put in here is to move the global fixed income allocation of 7.5% out of the portfolio and put that into private credit. Private credit is probably one of the areas I would say that we're doing the most work with all of our clients right now in the last couple of years with this low interest rate environment, especially now in 2022 with the Fed, hinting strongly that there's going to be some upward ticks in bond in interest rates, which would negatively affect bond investments. Obviously, this has become even more of a timely thing to look at. So as we went through this with the committee, the thing that we kind of honed in on here was we liked the benefits that private credit gave us. We really did feel like the day of global fixed income had kind of run its course. It was a decent investment for us in the time that we had it in the portfolio. It added diversification. It added some alpha to the overall results. But we really felt it was time to look into the private credit area for a better diversification benefit and the potential for higher results. Now you can see here in the next, I think it's the third bullet from the bottom, we look at 10 different alternatives here. As we did this, we looked at a lot of different metrics related to the pension fund itself, most importantly, contribution levels, funded status, and really, as we came out of this was the portfolio that we felt at the end of the day really provided what the committee and we felt as your consultant was a better opportunity for you. And as you can see down at the bottom there, we the assumptions that we used when we did this study, right now, the 20-year expected return out of the portfolio is 6%. We picked up about 40 basis points by adding private credit and taking it away from the global fixed income. So that in today's world, 40 basis points is a decent number to try to get a hold of and hang on to. And I think at the end of the day, excuse me, the committee was comfortable with that pickup. You can see it actually improved the Sharpe ratio too. It's a statistical measure that basically says for the risk that we're taking in the portfolio, are we getting compensated for it? And so the higher that number, the better. So I think at the end of the day, this is where everybody came down in terms of a comfort level to give you some comfort as the board in terms of what this asset class is. If you'll just turn to the next page, you can kind of see some of the opportunity set in bullet point format here. But I think the biggest takeaway from this that when I think about private credit is sort of multidimensional. Obviously, there's an interest rate relationship in private credit, much like there is with any fixed income investment. The difference here is it doesn't react the same way. So if the Fed raises rates, we see an instantaneous impact on bond investments. You know, things like we typically think of in an actively managed public fixed income portfolio. Those are very, very quick to see the reaction of the market when the Fed does something like that. And in the private markets, these structures are sort of locked in, and so they have a lot more of a, if you lack of a better way to describe it, a smoothing effect, because the contracts of the underlying securities are predefined in the portfolio individually, and so there's not quite the same movement that you would see out of a private credit investment as you would of a public fixed income portfolio. The other thing is, and I think this is another plus to this, these are usually senior securitized investments. So in the debt structure, you're higher up on the ability to claim should something happen to that company. That's another plus to this. But I think the biggest takeaway for me when I look at private credit versus the public credit markets is the structures that are there now. There are a lot of different vehicles out there, a lot of different approaches to this. And I think when it comes to the implementation part of this, how do we actually find something and put it in the portfolio? There are just a tremendous amount of opportunities out there to provide, I think, a very diversified investment in this area of the marketplace, and one that I think will benefit the portfolio if we do in fact see the Fed start to raise rates as we expect. I don't know that we're going to see rates go up 2 or 3%, but even if they nudge them up 50 or 75 basis points over the next 12 or 15 months, that is going to have a negative effect on the public markets. But these types of investments should ride through that in a better way. And I think the other thing to take away from this is really on the last page. This is sort of a more granular look of the differences between investment grade credit, high yield credit, bank loans, and private credit. And I think the biggest thing here is the target return. You can see investment grade credit, we're predicting really over the next 10 to 15 years, a 3 to 4% return. But if you go all the way out to the far right, you're seeing a pickup of roughly 10% expected return to the private markets versus the public. So at the end of the day, taking away from the global bond portfolio, global bond allocation that we have in the portfolio, moving that money to the private markets will provide us about 40 basis points of additional return over time. I think at the end of the day, provide a good diversifier in the sense that these aren't going to move in lockstep with more traditional fixed income investments. So you get that diversified benefit from having an investment in this asset class. I am happy to answer any questions anyone might have.
Questions, anyone? Oh, Janice.
I'm sorry, I didn't finish. I forgot that page was there.
Okay.
Yeah, so just to finish up there, thanks for flipping to that. Assuming that you all agree with the direction here and approve it, then what we're going to do is start a search to look for sure one investment, and we might possibly do two here. It depends. Again, like I said, there's so many different good products out there right now that having two products in the portfolio might be a solution that we come up with. But we will be looking at doing this and trying to complete this by the end of the first quarter, maybe early in the second quarter of this year.
Now we'll ask questions. It's Janice, Director Molhoff.
Thank you. And thanks, Jeff, for this presentation. No investment is without risk. You haven't really outlined any risk with this change. So can you help me understand what, if any, the risk would be from changing this allocation, whether it be changes with the Fed or changes in federal regulation or banks or lending institutions, having a catastrophe like we had in the past. So are there any risks that come along with the benefits that you've outlined?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question, and I think you summed it up in the first sentence that no investment is without risk. If that was the case, we'd be talking about something here that's going to throw off about 10 basis points of return for you. So yes, this does come with risk. The plus side of this is some of this is muted, versus the public markets. For example, interest rate risk in general, as rates go up, the inverse relationship to the price there has a negative effect. So for quite a while, institutional investors like yourselves have been looking at floating rate debt as a way to hedge against rising rates, because those pieces of paper roll over quicker. You're not a 10 or 15 year kind of duration or maturity. So the quicker they roll over, then the quicker you can capture those higher rates environments. So you can see, on the page before, one of the advantages there is the floating rate component to this. Now, default risk is another security issue when it comes to fixed income. And you can see when you go from left to right, because these investments are secured, versus a more traditional investment grade or high yield credit, you are much higher up on the tier of creditors. So the odds are very high, because these are secured, you're going to get paid out if there is a default rate or a default in the portfolio. Now, because it is a portfolio and not a individual loan to a company, much like in any portfolio, or where you have a portfolio in an asset class, like a stock portfolio or a bond portfolio, by having different investments inside of there that are floating rate and that are secured, should one go out, belly up on you, the impact is not going to be meaningful in terms of, wow, this really brought the entire portfolio down. So I think that's another way of diversifying the portfolio risk that's there. Now, obviously, this area of the market has grown in interest and grown substantially in the last 10 to 15 years. It is a very common investment today in institutional portfolios. And I would suspect, quite honestly, we've talked to kind of sort of my view of the bond market going forward. Some of the structures that we have right now, where people or investors are kind of locked into a benchmark, like the Barclays aggregate, for example, there's some risk there in the sense that nobody did anything in their portfolios except hire a manager to manage against that benchmark. But over the last 20 years, the duration of that benchmark has moved from about 3.5 years to over 7 years. So the interest rate risk is doubled in just by the benchmark itself. And I would suspect that we're going to see more and more in the fixed income market. It's going to become more, I think, there's going to be more of an openness of willingness on the investor side to allow managers more freedom. So I wouldn't suspect, I would not be surprised in the next 20 years that we see investment grade credit like we have here on the left, traditional, open market securities, become blended in a portfolio with private credit from fixed income managers as they look to diversify and take away the risk of just what the public markets can provide, and actually at the end of the day give you a little bit of a boost in return. So I don't know, it's a little bit of a long-winded answer. I didn't mean to be quite that long-winded, but I hope that gives you some flavor that yes, there are risks here, but as you go down and kind of pick them off, whether it's interest rate risk or credit risk, they're a little bit more muted, if you will, because we have floating rate debt, because we have secured debt, and because we have, in terms of the priority structure, senior debt. So some of the risks that you would normally think of are more muted here than they would be in a publicly traded portfolio.
Are you good, Janice?
Thank you. Yes.
If I would
Javier, I
add
did.
too,
Oh, go ahead.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry, John.
Director
Go
Young.
right ahead.
I just wanted to add too, not to Director Mulhoff, but um, there is the the liquidity issue we did address. We can take additional liquidity, but we are locking our funds up. We can't just sell this investment. So if you're looking at risk, this is not an easily saleable investment to the organization. But we have looked at that as part of the liquidity issues with this going forward.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Thurber. CEO Fernandez, I didn't see whether your hand was up before Director Wagner's, but I'm giving you the nod here.
I didn't see that either. Just quickly to augment and complement the answers that have been given. I think the other very important piece here is the international exposure to our portfolio. And so we have taken advantage of the diversification that our existing portfolio provides when it comes to international, exchange rate and currency risk, geopolitical risk, et cetera. And I think that we have benefited greatly from that. And our strategy continues to have a decent exposure to international equities, emerging markets, et cetera. These changes really moving from global fixed income into private equity. And so that it brings the risk closer to home. The private equity category is a domestic category, and it has all the risks associated that both Jeff and John discussed. But it does have the other element of bringing the risks closer to home and taking some of the risks away that would exist with global markets. So there's a time and a place, I think, for that exposure. What I see this movement doing is taking some of that risk closer to home and eliminating more of the geopolitical and exchange currency risk that may exist. But just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Javier. Director Wagner.
Can you connect the dots for me, Jeff, about how this change may or may not impact our need to adjust the discount rate going forward? Is it related to that?
I know there's, we've talked a little bit about discount rate and, you have brought it down in the past and it may do that in the future. This investment, because of the diversification benefits, I don't think this would be something that we would pop out of the portfolio if you went ahead and brought this number down again. I think every time you bring it down, at some point, we in our back of our minds are starting to think about the risk in the portfolio, and risk there being volatility risk more than anything. So, I have a client right now in Missouri that's taking their rate from 6.5 to 6. And so when they mentioned that to me in a call last week, I said, okay, I think that's a meaningful difference. So we're going to revisit their allocation and probably take down some of the risk. And in their case, that's probably going to be equity risk that will bring down. So I guess at the end of the day, if you're bringing that rate down, tightening up the risk or bringing the risk down as well would actually probably imply another allocation or more of an allocation to, something like a fixed income investment, something that's not going to have that volatility that equities do.
Yeah, if I can add, Director Wagner, maybe we can flip back a couple of slides where we showed the different asset mixes that we have the existing.
That's the one I'm looking at. And
yeah.
so
we are going to be dropping our discount rate to 6.5% from 7. And that was really done for a couple of reasons. You can see our existing portfolio. If you look at the geometric return, which is what we kind of concentrate on, it would say that we would want to drop it to 6% or something just a little above that. This change will allow us to actually be kind of in the midpoint of when we look at Siegel Marco's universe of similar asset mix investments, and Aon's, our actuaries universe. that would say that 6.5% is the right place to be currently. It would be what I would say is a conservative discount rate. I think we can meet that much more easily. But this is really this change will prevent us from even lowering it below 6.5%, which would have happened if we hadn't made this change. So that'll happen here. In fact, it did happen, and starting on January 1st. We've gone through kind of the change effective January 1st. Now, if the board decides not to make this change, we'd have to relook at that and see, do we actually need to drop it below 6.5%? But that was done January 1st of this year. So we are making that change going forward, and this recommended investment is really helping us support the 6.5% level.
All right, yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is like that connection between this change and hitting that discount rate. So, okay, thank you very much.
CFO Bishop.
Yeah, thank you, Director Yoder. Director Molhaff, I think your question was spot on, and that's the question that we had when this was brought forward. What's the risk that we're bringing to the portfolio? You know, on this slide, I would highlight again, it's recommended. These are recommended or target percentages, so we move it from 0 to 7.5%. As part of that, Jeff, do you mind talking a little bit about kind of the scenario analysis or stress testing that we did on the portfolio to get ourselves comfortable relative to the different outcomes that can happen out in the market and ultimately the return that would happen or the risk to the portfolio?
Just to make sure, and there's, obviously there's no certainty with anything. But when we do the study, when we do an asset liability study for a client, embedded in the analysis is what is known as stochastic modeling. So it's based on probabilities. And so you think of a bell-shaped curve, to the right of the curve is the plus side, to the left of the curve is the negative side. We look at those, you know, with the middle being the expected. So things like funded status, things like contribution rates, all get kind of displayed in that type of a viewpoint. And essentially, at the end of the day, if you think of the XY graph, where we want to lower the risk and improve the return, we kind of look at it that way in the confines of an asset liability study as well. How can we, you know, bring down contribution levels or help mitigate, you know, big spikes in contributions, and at the same time improve the funded status over time. So again, there's no certainty here, but we looked at the probabilities of things, you know, really going well for us and really things going, you know, south on us. And I said to the committee when we did the study that one of the things I've always found that when we do these studies, clients always kind of look at, okay, what's the base case? What do we expect is going to happen? And then they go to the left. Okay, what would happen if we don't get there? How bad can things get? And then if we go to the right, that's great to know, but it's always that the concern's always on the left side. What happens if we don't get what we think we're going to get? And I think at the end of the day, you know, when we looked at it from that perspective, we felt this gave us a better picture in that's you know, kind of risk return, if you will, thinking how do we improve the funded status. And that really is kind of what I think John was getting at, John Thurber, when he mentioned the 6.4. These numbers that you see down at the bottom of that table assume passive investments across all those asset classes. And we're going to have a combination of active and passive. So the reality is 6.4 is what we expect over 20 years if we just invested passively in these various asset classes. But because we have active management there, the odds are probably going to get about 30 to 40 basis points of alpha out of the portfolio. So that extra alpha will help bring down that underfunded, you know, help improve the funded status, bring it up, if you will, over time, bring the funded status up. So I think, you know, Jeff, I think that was what you were getting at, is sort of how bad could things get, that we did look at that.
Exactly. Yes. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Director Williams.
Yeah, thanks. And excuse me if I missed this, but in the description of the asset class, you're referring to private as in private corporate credit, or does this mean specifically assets related to private individual credit? I guess I know it's a broad class, but can you help me understand what we mean when we say private credit in this terminology?
These are corporate issues.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. And I apologize if I didn't understand that from the description on the
Sorry,
screen. Thank you.
All right. I'm not seeing any other questions. I do have one, and if we can go back to that table we were just on, and to John Thurber's comment that we generally look at geometric more than arithmetic averages. Without getting a lesson in statistics, can you tell me the difference quickly and why I would choose one over the other?
The geometric is how we report how the industry reports performance. It does not cash flows don't impact it. It's really how well is the manager done. So that becomes the apple and apple kind of comparison going forward. The arithmetic numbers that you see in studies and displays like this are really saying in any 1 year, kind of what do we think the return would be, and that's sort of the average arithmetic number there. But the geometric one is the one that when you look at our performance reports, when we come in once a year and kind of say, here's how things looked over the last 3 years, 1 year, whatever, those numbers are geometric numbers.
Appreciate it. Okay. Any other questions, comments from board members? All right. This is an action item, a recommendation. Thank you very much, team, both internal and external. Really appreciate hearing from all of you. With that, I think the Finance Committee report is concluded.
All right, thank you very much. We will now break for lunch. We are almost right on time, so good job, everybody. We will come back at 12:20. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you, I guess, in a couple of months, hopefully in person.
Thank you, Jeff.
Bye-bye.
Yeah.
All right, we'll go ahead and get started again. Director Williams, will you please provide us the Systems Management Nuclear Oversight Committee report?
Great, thanks very much. Yeah, the Systems Committee met on January 5th. We talked about the topics you can see displayed on screen. A couple of these are going to come up here in a little while, but I do want to highlight the work that we have ongoing within the Systems Committee to make sure that all of the directors and members of the public are aware of where we're headed in the future. First of all, the top item, SD9, resource planning. The committee received some initial language that we are reviewing now about how this will be, how this strategic directive will be updated and where we're headed with this in the future. We plan to look at that again in the committee in February and then move to some discussion with the board and eventually when we feel we're ready to have some public input on the language for the update. The new language will focus on reliability, resource adequacy, resilience, and essential reliability services, among other things. And this, there will be some overlap and discussion about how this relates to Strategic Directive 4. And that's kind of where the committee will continue to do our work over the next month or two. To prepare for the future with Strategic Directive 9, it's really important that we understand several baseline facts, which we talked about in the committee meeting. Renewables, specifically solar and wind, are the cheapest form of new generation measured by kilowatt hours or megawatt hours. We know that customers want to generate their own energy. Specifically, we'll hear a little bit about the customer-owned generation ally program, trade ally program in a little while, and the increase we've seen in the demand for rather than supply side, but demand side resources. And then lastly, we are in the early phases of a clean energy transition, and existing resources and our historic policy will be needed to help us bridge from where we are to where we are going, as described by some of the long-term objectives in our strategic directives and our vision for the future. So it's important to remember kind of where we have been and what we have been doing. And I think that the language we have in Strategic Directive 9 will really help us guide to the future and prepare for where we're going to be. So kudos to the team. I appreciate the work by the Systems Committee to take a look at that. And I look forward to discussing that with other board members and members of the public in the future. We do have an item here on the list for the IRP and decarbonization milestones. I want to make sure that, well, we'll have some discussion about that. But in the committee, we talked about making sure that the presentation of materials and energy modeling information that we have in the IRP and in other places is aligned. We've had different types of presentations about expected future demand and expected future energy resources. And so the committee is working to make sure that reports included in the IRP and our decarbonization presentation are aligned and show similar presentations of where we expect our resources to be going in the future. So we'll talk a little bit about the process for the IRP and where we have been with decarb in a little while. But within the committee, we're looking at making sure everything, all of our policies and all of our presentations are aligned about where we will be going in the future. One other item that is related, but I want to just highlight compared to SD9, the IRP and the decarb, we've talked about interim metrics on Strategic Directive 7, and that might come up in the discussion about the future work plan, but that is an ongoing point of consideration related to both SD9, the IRP, and the decarb. But as of now, the priority for the committee is to update Strategic Directive 9 and then revisit that other policy and make sure, again, that everything is aligned as we move forward. So I don't know if anybody has any thoughts or comments about anything now. I didn't see anyone raising hands or asking any questions. So if that does come up, if you have anything you'd like to volunteer or make sure the committee considers as we look at SD9, the IRP, and other decarbonization work, please make sure and let us know, and we'll be glad to keep that in mind. There will be more information provided on OPPD Community Connect on all of these topics, and I look forward to having more of that discussion with all of you in the next couple months. So we do have several items today that are going to be presented for discussion, and there are some action items. And so I believe the first item today will be the IRP process update. Oh, I'm sorry, I see Javier. Javier, do you have a comment there?
I do. Thank you, Director Williams. I was trying to find the raise hand button. Really quick, just on the to add on to your introduction of SD9, one thing that I would like to add is just perspective. You know, as I get to interact with other large public power entities and other utilities, talk to other CEOs, you know, this will sound self praising here, but the work that OPPD is doing, the work that our board members are doing, is truly leading the way. I do not know of many. There are a few, but not many utilities who are leading this way, where we are pushing for different objectives, SD7, environmental stewardship, but at the same time making sure that we are shoring up our reliability, resilience, resource adequacy in a way that really advances all the aspects of our mission, which is reliable, affordable, and environmentally sensitive energy services. So again, just a shout out to the team, but in this case also to the board. The work you're doing is truly leading the way, and I am excited to see what these work turns for us here in the next few months. Over.
Great. Thanks very much, Javier. Yeah, and I think that from the IRP updates that we'll have here, we'll see that the focus on reliability and resilience is center of the resource planning process that we have undertaken in the past, and what we will expect to see submitted in the IRP coming up. So let's use that as a bridge to what I believe will be Brad Underwood presenting some information about the IRP status as well as the decarbonization work that's ongoing.
Yes, very good. Thank you, Director Williams. And so at the guidance of you and other board members, we wanted to maintain as much of an opportunity as we could to continue to present the information to those who may be interested in it and continue to invite them into the process, as we have done partnering with Lisa Olson's group on the decarbonization workshops. So I'm going to touch on a couple of dates here that you have in your packet. The first one is January 21st. Which is the expected release date of the draft 2021 Integrated Resource Plan. The teams are busy working on that and preparing for that January 21st release. And then on February 1st and February 3rd, we plan on both an internal IRP overview as well as an external IRP overview. And I want to jump forward to the finalization of the IRP on February 25th. You'll note that there's about 30 days for comments from January 21st to February 20th. And we tried to be intelligent about where we scheduled the workshop by placing that within the middle of the 30-day review period. So if you would like to hear from the district and get your questions answered, you'll have the ability to do that before the deadline closes to receive comments and feedback. And of course, we'll submit that to the Western Area Power Administration. And then also at the guidance from the board, we wanted to call out a few key board dates as it relates to decarbonization to enhance folks' visibility of the process. On February 15th, we plan to bring back the energy portfolio and customer work streams for the decarbonization process. So if you've been following along, you know there's 4 work streams. That's 2 of the 4 work streams. And then in the subsequent board meeting on March 15th, we are preparing to bring back the community and internal operation work streams. And by bifurcating those over 2 board meetings, we're trying to create enough space for a high quality conversation and not jam too much content into one setting. And then as you'll hear in the IRP open house, if you're able to attend or if you're able to read the document, in 2022, we will continue to advance our feasibility studies for both the supply and demand side findings that were in the document so that we can progress those forward as we collectively march into the future. So love to answer any questions if there are any.
Great, thanks very much. This is something we've talked about in the past. Just want to make sure that, again, other board members, not on the systems committee, as well as members of the public are familiar with what's going on now and where we are headed in the future. Okay, Javier, I do see your hand. Did you have additional thoughts? Oh, okay. No additional comment there. Great. Perfect. Well, I look forward to the public engagement that we have scheduled around these important planning and resource adequacy discussions. So looking forward to seeing that moving forward in the future. Next up, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Next up, we have a presentation on SD6 safety, and Kevin McCormick is here to provide the update on that monitoring report.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Director Williams. Mo, if you can turn to the next page. So SD6 safety is really made up of three attributes that we look at based on continuous improvement. The first one is OPPD recognized as a leader in safety? The second one is DART, which stands for Days Away, Restricted or Transferred Cases. And the third is PVIR rate, so Preventable Vehicle Incident Rate. And if you turn to the next page, Mo, it gives a description on how we calculate the DART and the PVIR. And these are nationally known ways to do this. Basically, the DART cases are by hours and the vehicles are by miles. You can turn the page, Mo, please. So OPPD was recognized by two organizations, one being APPA as winning the Safety Award of Excellence in our category. And then also by the Nebraska Safety Council as one of Nebraska's safest companies with distinction. Both these awards really mean a lot to the organization, and it means that each year that we strive and continue to do a little bit better. Go to the next slide, please. So on the DART, we didn't meet our the target this year. We're at 1.0. And I could sit here and tell you, you know, we had a polar vortex, we had storms, we had outages, unplanned outages. But really, at the end of the day, we can do better in this area. And, you know, one injury in my eyes is too many. And so I really look at this and I reflect on it, and we can do better. But I also reflected on what we've done for improvements in this area. And really, Javier talked about it earlier in his safety brief about sprains, strains, and tears. Those are our leading cause of incidents. And things that we've been doing is working on ergonomics and stretching. We got to continue those. Vice President Pender talked about True Leader University earlier. My group helps put those on, and the importance of that is it's not just crew leaders, but it's all those employees that are in that class setting learning on how to talk to each other about critical things like injuries and how to get ready for work. And I think that'll help going forward. I also think working on a couple district level initiatives that we've been doing on lockout, tag out, the hold order system, and rubber goods will really pay dividends going forward. And really, when it comes to safety, boots on the ground is what I call it. I have a number of safety professionals through the pandemic that have been out in the field talking with our first line workers, either out in the field or in plants, working with first line supervisors, and really just helping them understand why safety is important. And I think that'll pay big dividends moving forward as well. Next slide. Well, preventable vehicle incidents, we met this target, and we're doing a very nice job. However, I will tell you, we can even do better. We have incidents that are on property that you know, shouldn't happen, and so I think we can even improve this a little bit more. I've been asked in the past by directors, should we lower this target? And Director Williams asked me the same question last week. And you know, I've thought about it, and what I'd really like to do is, you know, maybe go out and benchmark both the DART and the PVR with the industry and see if anything's changed. and then bring that back to the board. So this summer, when you have your get together on strategic directives, you'll have good information to base your opinion on. And so that's one recommendation I'd like to make. If you can turn to next page. So last month, Javier talked a little bit about contractor safety, and so I just want to elaborate on a district level initiative that we've been working on since last year. And that is, we looked at it because we started seeing an increase in injuries in our contract ranks. And so we just wanted to know what we could do better. And so we looked at our policies, how we're hiring contractors, how we review their training, do we do the proper oversight? And we came up with a lot of recommendations, but the two I'll mention that I think will go a long way is we budget for this year to have a staff member oversee OPPD contractors going forward, the whole program. And then we've also budgeted this year to have a third party help us review contractors that are coming on site for their safety records. In 2021, we had 46 contractor incidents on property. And so we'd like to see that improved. And so I just wanted to mention that. I know it's not part of SD6, but I think it's important to know that we are making improvements even with our contractors. And with that, I'd like the next page, turn it back over to you, Director Williams. Or if there's any questions of me.
Great, thanks very much. I do see a hand from Director Yoder.
Thank you, Director Williams, and thank you, Kevin. Two comments, I think, or a comment and a question. Love the idea that we would choose to measure not only based on OPPD performance over time, but OPPD performance with its peers and also with those organizations we would like to be most like. So leading in the industry. So they're kind of two different approaches, but in broad terms, that's the kind of metrics I would like to see for all of our goals. You know, how do we do over time? How do we do compared to our peers? How do we do compared to the best in the industry? The question I have is the increased number of contractor injuries. Is that correlated with an increased use of contractors, or is it done more on a percentage basis? So as if there is, so I don't know if there is an increase in contractors, but if there is, then is it a percentage rather than a hard number?
There is an increase in contractors right now with all the big projects going on, like Fort Calhoun, and then our new power plant's going up. And so there's definitely an increase in that.
Okay. All right. Well, love the focus, not just on our own people, but those that work on site. Thank you.
Great. Thanks very much, Director Moody.
I'm going to double down on what Rick just said. I love the focus on expanding the importance of safety to anyone that's on site, something that I've been wondering and sort of thinking about, but I appreciate Kevin hearing a tangible number for the number of incidents. And it leads me to start thinking about what, you know, does it make sense for us to include something like that in the strategic directive? And if so, what might that look like? That's not perhaps for discussion today necessarily, but I do like the expansion into examining contractors and how they're going to approach it. And I would just also, you know, we start every meeting with safety, right? Like safety is, and I vividly recall when Javier, when he first took on the CEO job, talking about one of his top priorities, if not the top priority, was safety and keeping people safe. So this has to continue to be a very high priority for us. And, to the extent that there's a role for the board to play, I'm happy to see that we're allocating personnel to really reinforcing some of this. So to the extent that the board can lean into it any further, we're more than happy to do so. Or at least I can't speak for the board, but I would say I am more than happy to do so.
Great. Thank you, Craig. And in making sure we're tracking discussion points there, the idea of potentially considering something related to contractors in the strategic directive sounds like an item that we can keep in mind for discussion over the summer in the committee, and then maybe potentially at the annual workshop about potential upgrades or updates to the policy in the future. I appreciate that, and I'm sure that we'll get that on a list of things to do. I see a hand from CEO Fernandez.
Thank you, Director Williams. And to respond a little bit or add on to what Director Moody said, I reflect on one of the metrics we have, which is preventable vehicle incident rate. And we talk about that as against the number of miles driven. So we're trying to figure out, okay, how many incidents we're having proportional to the work that we're doing or the miles we're driving. And I think to your point, Director Moody, we have already embarked on several major projects. The first one that started back in 2017, which is the decommissioning of our nuclear station. And so today there are thousands of hours of work performed over there that may not necessarily make it into these metrics because of the nature of who's performing that work. We are about to start building, and we are already moving dirt on our two new peaking stations. Work will start soon here on substations and transmission line work. So I would say that the next 5 years are going to be full, very heavy of execution of large projects. So I really welcome the comments here, because as Kevin said, it really doesn't matter who you work for. It matters to us, of course, legally, but at the end of the day, it's the safety of every person that we're trying to promote here. So I'm very encouraged by this conversation.
Great. I don't see any other hands. We have the recommendation on screen, and we did have a brief discussion in the committee about this report, mostly because, and I don't know if we can skip back to the slide on DART in particular, the numeric value on DART, it did increase this year. And so we wanted to make sure we looked at this metric related to the recommendation, that we are sufficiently compliant. And I guess on that note, Kevin, is there any kind of a very short summary of anything that caused the increase this year that we might be able to kind of identify specifically, or is it just there was a lot going on and it's more constant vigilance is necessary? Was there any particular thing that would indicate what we might be able to identify and correct in the future?
So what I would say is the severity level's down this year, but the number's up. And so what's interesting is the total number of injuries we've had is less than previous years. But when you go to the doctor for certain things, they might have you stay off work. And so to me, the injury level's down, but the DARTs are up, even though they're less severe. So it was an interesting year.
Appreciate that, because as we've talked about, there are specific numeric metrics that we're looking at in this policy, and that's why I wanted to make sure and discuss it with the committee about the recommendation. And so if we can go back to the final slide on this one about the recommendation. The recommendation is sufficiently in compliance with SD6 from the committee. And I don't know if any of the committee members have anything they wanted to add on top of that recommendation. I see a no from Janice, and I know that Sarah is not here today. I cannot see Mary, but I don't see a hand or hear her. So I'll take that as agreement with the recommendation here. So
I would like to make a statement.
Yep, hands up.
Oh, great. Mary, please go ahead.
I think that this report is sufficiently in compliance with the board policy. It has been an interesting year, and the very observation that the severity of injuries has gone down, but the numbers have gone up. Just kind of speaks to, I guess, the individual's responsibility to keep themselves fit. Sprains, strains, those sorts of things are you just have to pay attention and know your own body and know what's going around, because it is so easy to sprain an ankle or strain a back or something like that. So I think our efforts in safety are superb, and absolutely we should keep it up and figure out how to make sure that all the contractors who work for OPPD are trained and as aware as we can possibly make them. And thank you to Mr. McCormick for all his work. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Mary. Now I see a hand from Director Yoder. Go ahead.
Yeah, clarifying question. Back to the DART numbers. Are those all on OPPD property, or might they include injuries that take place at home?
Yeah, so a DART can happen anywhere. So like if we have workers at home and they fell in their own home while they were working for us, that would count. However, this past year, we had none of those.
Okay.
But we did have incidents off property. And so if we were working in somebody's backyard, let's say.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Great. I don't see any other hands. The committee recommends sufficiently in compliance. And so I think that concludes this particular item. And with that, I think we'll go to the next item, which will be an action item, the RFP. And this is listed as Troy, I believe. Troy, have you got this one for us?
Thank you, Director Williams. Yes, I do. Before I jump into that, though, just to dovetail off the last conversation, when we look at contractors for new contracts, looking at their safety history is part of that process also. So it's not just while they're on site, but we look to see what kind of record that they have in that space, and that's part of our screening process. And I will also say the safety group does a really nice job, especially during storm situations where we're bringing in folks from outside, getting them set up and ready from a safety standpoint. So that is definitely installed into our culture. And with that being said, I have a couple of fairly standard contracts for consideration today. The first one here is we are requesting authorization to award a contract for a 15 kV metal clad switchgear and enclosure. And this will be in an existing substation that's just north of Ashland. And there you can see some pictures of what we're looking to procure. The substation supports more residential growth in that area, so we're seeing houses and things of that nature, and so we need this to support that from a reliability standpoint. It also gives us the ability to perform some additional switching and circuits during storm events. So a couple of good points there. The contract includes the procurement of the equipment and the installation of the facility itself, which is basically tying it to the foundation in place. All electrical work around this will be performed by our own OPPD folks. We had 3 proposals received. 1 was legally and 2 technically responsive. There were some exceptions taken, pretty significant exceptions taken by one of the bidders, including a 90 or 30-day limit, and the other was an incomplete. So that left 1 legally responsive. The equipment is scheduled to be delivered in July. And after a thorough review, Harold K. Schultz Company proposal was evaluated to be the lowest and best bid. Their offer came in very close to the engineer's estimate, which is always a good thing. They are a local company out of Ralston, so very close. They've performed a lot of work for OPPD in the past, so we have a very good history. We know they provide a good project and good equipment. And so the action here is requesting authorization of the board to award this contract to them. And with that, I'll open it up for questions.
Great, thanks very much, Troy. I guess based on proximity, Director Molhoff, do you have any thoughts or comments on this one?
No, I'm just happy to see this kind of work, and whether it's, you know, in my district or in my county or anywhere across the district, I think this type of work is critical for making sure we keep that focus on reliability. Thank you, Troy.
Great. As Troy said, this is pretty straightforward. RFP under the engineer's estimates improves reliability and supports new load. So I don't hear any additional comments or thoughts on this one. So I expect we'll vote to approve this on Thursday. There is a second RFP that Troy will also provide information on. So let's go ahead with that one.
Thank you. This is for authorization to award a contract for transmission construction services. And this isn't for new construction, but it's existing facilities. And so we have 14 wood 345 kV structures that have been inspected, and we have found that they're nearing the end of their life, and so we need to replace those. And if you think about the storms and the winds that we've been having, it's really important for us to get out and understand the extent of condition of our equipment. And this is a good example where we're trying to get ahead of some of that replacement before it becomes problematic. There's also a 1.2 mile relocation of a 69 kV transmission line, which is there to support the City of Omaha road widening project. And this is up kind of near that Dodge Blondo area around 110th Street. And so the transition of this 69, which is kind of interesting, and I don't know if we can go to a picture. I think we included one, Mo. But we're going to move the 69 to some existing transmission facilities that are already in place that are steel that we have 345 service on currently. So the nice thing is you're going from wood to steel in that particular case and using some existing steel structures. And I do want to point out, you know, when we look at replacement of items like this, a lot of times we think about, you know, we're replacing them in kind. But with modern day engineering standards, which are really kind of developed through the use of pretty sophisticated modeling software, the new standards are much superior to the older builds when these facilities were put into place. Therefore, we see this as a good hardening effort also. Now, we package these two pieces of work together to help when we go out to market to find folks that would want to perform this work. Construction labor focuses on the removal and all steps needed to install the new facilities or move the facilities. 2 proposals were received. Both proposals were legally and technically responsive. Generally, we like to see a few more responses than that, but I will say over the past year or so, we've seen a few additional or a smaller amount of responses in some cases. Some of that's due to a tight market. And I will say, even with the packaging of these two, it's still a fairly small contract as it relates to transmission-related work. The construction would conclude in May of 2022, and after a thorough review by the team and legal, the proposal from Watts Electric was evaluated to be the lowest and best bid. I know you all are very familiar with Watts. They've done a lot of work on our property over the past several years. They're local out of Waverly. They specialize in transmissions, so really good in that space. And they've also, interestingly enough, provided us a lot of restoration aid and help during some of the larger storms that we've had come through recently. So with that being said, we would ask for the board to authorize us to move forward with the labor contract with Watts Electric Company. And I guess for additional reference, generally speaking, when we are changing locations or building transmission, we contract most of that work out. We have a small transmission group here, but not to the size that we need for large volumes of work. And transmission tends to be one of those things that you don't build a lot of until the last year or so. But it's something that you know, having somebody with the equipment and expertise can help us kind of move forward much quicker than other paths that we may choose. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
Great, thanks very much. Point of clarification, we mentioned photos, but the photos are not available, so that's okay. We appreciate that. I think we've seen steel and wood poles in the past. I saw a hand from Mike, but then that went down upon your response about the transmission group compared to contracting this work. So I assume that that addressed his question. Do any other directors have any questions about this work? Okay, don't see or hear anything. Again, had an RFP and we were under the engineer's estimates and a company we worked with before. So kudos to the team for getting a good bid, having a good timeline, and getting this work completed. So I think we'll expect this to be voted for approval on Thursday as well. I think that moves us to the last item on the Systems Committee agenda, the Nuclear Oversight Committee report. And I think that might also be you, Troy. Is that right?
I have Tim Euling on the call to give us an update on that. So
great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. In addition to the standard testing and maintenance that we do on any given month, there are a few items that I'd like to highlight this month, including the reactor vessel internal segmentation activities. As we've talked before, that is our critical path that will continue through much of 2022. We were able to get started on the physical sawing activities before the holidays. We've got about half of the upper core barrel vertical cuts complete and several of the control element assembly shroud cuts. After I go through this page, I do have some pictures on the next page that will give a little visual context as to what that actually is. Kind of the bottom line for the narrative, though, is the cut rate is meeting our design expectations. That equipment is working as designed, and we've got about 10% of the total cuts complete. What follows the cutting activities is then disposing of that material. So in order to get those containers safely in and out of containment, we go through our containment waste structure using a rail and gantry system that we recently installed. That's gone through operational testing and it meets all of our needs. So we'll be able to move that equipment in and out as we progress through the project. As we move away from containment, one of the other big projects currently underway is our turbine building interior demolition. Once again, we got this started prior to the holiday break. Right now, we're really focusing on removing a lot of the support systems and materials from the building so that we can more easily get to the thousands of condenser tubes that will be removed for recycling. Once that work is done, then we'll move to removing the turbine itself, and then ultimately the very robust concrete turbine pedestal that held that in place during operation. This work takes much of 2022 as well. And before we go to those pictures, the only thing I would add is going back to a conversation earlier in this meeting regarding COVID. Starting at the end of last year and certainly into this year, we're seeing greater impacts to the project from COVID than we had at any time during the pandemic, just from sheer number of personnel unavailable due to their own infection or being in contact and needing to quarantine or taking care of family members. It's really requiring us to every day shift around who's working on what and what we're going to prioritize for the day. So far, we're able to do that, but it is certainly ramped up the challenge over the last few months. Then if we could go to the next page, we got some pictures to explain those cuts. So we'll start with the picture on the left. That is the upper core barrel. The component itself goes 20 plus feet further down, but we're just cutting on the upper section at this point. So you can see the saw in the vertical condition there. We're doing all the vertical cuts around the circumference of that item, and then we'll start the horizontal cuts. And then so where the horizontal meets the vertical, then that will create a piece of material that can be packaged and sent off for disposal. We've completed all those vertical cuts and we'll soon be starting the horizontal cuts. The picture in the middle is prior to cutting, but it was the one that gave me the best perspective of what I'm actually trying to show. So towards the upper half of the quadrant, underneath that really dark disc, you can see a bunch of vertical round columns. Those are the control element assembly or CEA shrouds. And that's the other item that we're cutting on since we have two different cutting stations. So in the picture to the right, you can see the arrow pointing to the horizontally mounted saw. And at the end of that saw is one of the shrouds that's been cut out and removed, being held inside those grippers. So then those get packaged up and sent out for disposal as well. Pretty dark picture. Remember, all of this work is done underwater, but towards the top, you can see kind of the shiny metal. That's where one of those shrouds was removed. It takes over 120 cuts to remove all of those shrouds, so that will continue on for several weeks as well. And pending questions, that is the end of my report.
Great. Thanks very much, Tim. I don't know if anyone has any thoughts or comments to share about this work. I would say I appreciate the ongoing dedication and the successful delivery of the project, both by OPPD employees and our contractors on site. We continue to have great reports from Fort Calhoun month after month and quarter after quarter. So again, appreciation to you and the entire team, Tim, for all the great work you continue to do.
Thank you.
I don't see any hands or comments or questions from anyone now. So I think at this time that concludes the Systems Committee, and Chair Wagner, I'll hand it back to you.
All right, thank you. So we're running a little bit ahead of schedule. So what we'll do, instead of taking a break now, we'll jump into PI, and then around 1:30, when there's a natural break in agenda topics, we will take a break at that point and come back and finish up PI. So Director Mohawk, I'll let you take it.
Okay, you can see here, we did have a PI committee meeting on January 11th. The legislative and regulatory affairs update will be provided to the full board here in a few minutes. We did talk about the customer trends update, and that information is available in Diligent. We're not going to go through it today, but if you have any questions, certainly Julie and her team would be happy to answer those. One of the questions that I asked was if our write-offs for 2021 were where they were at compared to previous years. And I was told that write-offs for 2021 were lower than the last several years. So our efforts to help customers also helps OPPD with our bottom line and making sure that we are fiscally stable. So we will. Are there any questions about that? I have lost my ability to see if hands are raised. So, Amanda, is there any?
Currently, there are no hands raised.
Okay. So with that, I think we will move into the legislative and regulatory affairs.
Thank you so much, Director Molhoff. Well, we're well on our way for the 107th legislative session. This is the second portion of it. It's a 60-day session, and it was interesting because the session started on the 5th, and then on the 6th, we hosted a meet and greet luncheon with a lot of the senators, and they accepted our invitation. So we had great dialogue with them, with Javier and some of our key legislative affairs staff. So more to come on that, but it's part of our ongoing education and relationship building with the senators. With that, we've had well over 350 bills that have been introduced, and Tim O'Brien's going to go over those quickly with you, but there's still bills that are being introduced as we speak, and that will go up until the 20th, and then we'll go through the schedule with that. So with that, Mr. O'Brien, if you'd like to go over the items.
Thanks, Lisa. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay? All right, wonderful. It's a pleasure to give you an update today. Just love the public policy process. So you'll hear a quick update, as Lisa said, and then we'll take questions for you. And it'll be a very much real-time update, as lots of things are changing. And I want to thank so many folks across the district that serve as subject matter experts. So you may have questions. We may not have firm answers yet, as we're very much under review of the things that are occurring. And as Lisa said, we started a few days ago. The day we're really watching is January 20th. So that is the final day that new bills can be introduced in the legislative session. So we are still reviewing the bills that were introduced, the last few days. And then we'll be very busy late Friday and over the weekend and into next week. And we'll continue to keep you updated as we make progress there. Again, it's a 60-day session, so it is shorter to get things accomplished. And I'll talk to some of the themes in the session in subsequent slides here. Mo, if you would go to the next slide for me. There's been a few changes, and so the Speaker of the Legislature, Speaker Hilgers, has set his procedures and guidance. If you'd like to read those, it's on the Speaker's page of the legislative website. One of the things that's unique in the Nebraska legislature is every bill gets a hearing. And so it's a time for the bill to be discussed by a committee that it's referred to. And so you'll hear me talk about that coming up. And so bills that didn't move in 2021 still have the ability to move this year. And so there'll be a few of those we're continuing to watch. There's also some of the work that didn't be completed by the legislature is being completed right now from the past session. If bills are kind of in the second stage of the bill process, that's occurring. And so it'll move in terms of debate of 2022 priority, and then we'll go to 2021. Things will move forward. For bills to be scheduled, it needs a designation by an individual senator, so they each have a priority preference. Committees can nominate several bills, and then the Speaker has priority to also designate, I believe it's 20 or close to that number, bills. So that's the key thing you'll hear us talk about is once the bills are introduced, what gets prioritized. That's the takeaway from this slide, and that shows where things are likely to move forward in the legislative session this year. Next slide, Mo. So things are happening. Just as we created these slides, there's 357 bills. Today, when I first looked right before lunch, there was about 10 bills. And then I looked a second ago, there's 42 introduced. So there's a lot happening right now, and that'll continue. So in with that, there's also a few bills of interest that will be scheduled for hearing yet this week. And just wanted to highlight a couple and give you a little bit of background about each. And in that, we have been working very closely with the Nebraska Power Association. I'm pleased to say that OPPD is the chair or coordinator of the legislative subcommittee this year. So Seth Boyles and Kelly Fleming from my team help coordinate that effort weekly, or daily really is where it occurs, but really weekly detailed meetings. And so that team is meeting diligently there. And a couple of bills that came up on the hearing schedule. The first is LB 775. This relates to how the blades of wind turbines are reprocessed, essentially. So the bill reads to not put in a landfill, so it's asking for a recycling process for the turbine or the blade part of the wind turbine. And I think we've talked about before, there's a lot of interest in how that process happens, so that bill is clarifying that. LB 804, this one's kind of a technical bill, but it's one of interest to us. It increases the stipend or per diem for Power Review Board members, especially with their increased work or travel or designation if they're the designee for the Southwest Power Pool. So it's increasing their stipend just a little bit to be able to conduct the needs of the Power Review Board. So I wanted to highlight that for the board today. Then the next one is on small wireless facilities. So I think of it as the 5G facilities you might be seeing around your neighborhood or in the news a lot lately on potential impacts to the airline industry. So Nebraska is continuing to think about those things. This one's related to giving notice to the placement of towers and then making sure that the tower and facility conforms with ADA compliance and sidewalks and streets and easements and that sort of thing. So kind of a technical bill there, but that will be something we'll continue to watch as small cell has been a topic for several years. Similarly, on topics that have occurred for several years is the one-call system. And so this bill, trying to get a little more clarity on some of the purposes of it, but it is focused around private notification and really ownership of sewer lines, essentially is kind of the clarity of the bill. And so we're working through with what the bill looks like and what a position might be on that particular bill that comes up next week. Next slide, Mo. This is kind of our catch-all slide. So again, this changed from Public Information Committee. So again, it's a real-time update. So a few bills that have been introduced, LB 1002, this bill appropriates funds from the American Rescue Recovery Plan to Health and Human Services to help customers of the metropolitan class. So our customers would be eligible, as would MUD's customers. And so that's something that we've worked closely with MUD on and the senator to introduce the bill. So we're pleased that that has occurred. Similarly, the next bill, LB 969, another one that we've worked closely with the senator and our lessons learned from the storm. This creates a funding mechanism that the Department of Energy or Environment and Energy would manage to help with projects. So this could be things like tree trimming, reclosers on the distribution system, potential line bearing. Those kinds of things would be eligible under this program, and we've worked very hard to have that bill introduced, and we're excited that it is. Another bill that has we've been hearing about is interest in EV charging stations and a grant program for that. That bill's not been introduced, but we've heard that it's likely to occur. There's a few days left for that to happen. The other is LB 977. This one is around building resiliency and reliability and increased capacity really for economic development. The community of Falls City has interest in potential growth. They're located by a couple of the first-class rail providers and are seeking ways to get more energy into the community, and a way to do that would to be able to build some more infrastructure in the community. So they've worked hard and worked with Senator Slama to introduce a bill on that behalf. We've certainly talked with the senator and the community on that effort, and so there could be benefits to the Southeast region by building more infrastructure there. So that's that particular bill. Another one of interest is small modular reactors, and yeah, absolutely.
Director Yoder had a question in the chat about that Falls City transmission.
Oh yeah, just a second here. Talks about the impact of OPPD in Falls City. Yes, there would be impact if we're able to build more infrastructure in the region to serve customers. So we think it could be beneficial for us and for them if that answers your question. If not, it's probably further out of my technical space on the enhancements of what that would do for the region. All right, thank you. Hopefully I got that one for you. And then the small modular reactor feasibility study. What does that look like in Nebraska? How can we be competitive or create an environment for opportunity for that new technology in the state? Is another bill that is rumored to have of interest. Other work that's going on also in the American Recovery Plan, there is a lot of, I'll call, economic development, workforce related business support bills, just huge amounts of opportunity there. So we're actively working through those and better understanding where the dollars may go and the impacts that they may achieve. The good thing is there's lots of interest for the funds. The challenging part is there's only a certain amount of funds, so that is occurring there. So that kind of wraps out the recovery funds. That'll be a big theme of the legislature, and that really is the big theme, frankly. And then there's LR 136. This was from the senator having interest after the weather events in February. Their report was completed in December and posted on their website. We know there's some bills of interest on this particular topic. There's a couple that I saw just come in over lunch. I haven't read the details around resiliency and reliability, and so that was a key finding out of that report. So we'll dive into that further. Let's see, where's my next one? Another one, this is one that came to us from MUD. It's on the edges if it applies to us based on our powers and what Steve Bruckner's looked at, but just it would allow for design build opportunities and clarifying political subdivisions in this particular area of the statute. So thought I'd highlight that as well. Then the other is LB 944. This one is really interesting concept. What it would do is there's a 5.5% state sales tax, and this would adjust the sales tax based on carbon intensity every year. So the tax commissioner would look at the carbon intensity and adjust the sales tax paid on electricity each year. Like I said, it's an interesting concept. The challenge, as we've looked at it initially from our review, is it may be tough to manage in how you define the level of progress that each utility's made, because it's a statewide perspective, and there's not potentially benefits on how all the utilities have worked together. Sorry, I think maybe there was a question. Okay, sorry, maybe just feedback. So that's that particular bill. And as I stated earlier, we were anticipating some one-call bills, and as we finished the slides, there was a couple of those dropped in. So this is, I'll pause there and see if there's any questions. Okay. There's 4 other slides. I won't go through them. We wanted to have the board and the public aware of bills that were in the 2021 session that could be discussed this year. A couple topics that I'll touch on is one is worker protection. That's LB 512. Senator Brewer has been kind enough to manage that for us. He has interest in moving that forward. He mentioned it to us the other day. And then there's several bills on broadband as well. So lots of topics, a lot more to come. So you will continue to receive many updates on the state side, but I won't go through the rest of the carryover bills, but I'll pause and hand it to Lisa if you have any other comments or take questions.
I believe Director Spurgeon has her hand up.
Yeah.
I do. Thank you. Going back, what are one-call bills? I don't understand that. Could you help me?
Absolutely. And I may phone a friend a little bit, but the summary is it's really the locate service. So if an individual or contractor or construction folks is building, you call the one-call line and they will come out and locate in a period of time. And so there's been lots of interest in changing, especially the last 2 years with so much construction. There's been lots of questions around timeliness and who has liability, there's a whole board actually that's part of the one-call system. So who should be on the board and how is that managed? So it's occurred to be a big topic for us, and OPPD contributes quite a bit of resources and time to the one-call effort and have several folks engaged in the process. So hopefully that answers your question, Director Spurgeon.
It does. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All
Thank
right.
you for
If
that.
there's no other.
If you want to go ahead quickly to the federal, and then we can conclude.
All right, sounds great. This will be quick. This is the summary slide of what's happening in Washington. Unfortunately, the major piece that OPPD has strong interest in is the Build Back Better program. It's stalled out with negotiations really between a senator and his position on the bill. It still has items that we have interest in the investment tax credit, the production tax credit that may help our further mission. But lots of information. We get several updates today on that process. All of Congress has been spending time on government funding, which will need to happen in February. And then there's been a lot of discussion on the filibuster. And then also voting rights have taken the last couple of weeks since they've been back to work. So we are tracking those things. And during that time, we've also been watching some of the grant funds are starting to be stood up. Much are in the Department of Energy that are part of the infrastructure package. So we're watching that, preparing for those funds as they become eligible and for application. And then as of now, the bill total continues to increase. There's almost 10,000 bills introduced in the 117th Congress. So that concludes our update. I wish we had more to tell you in Congress, but that is it for the moment. Lisa, back to you, or
yeah,
Director Mohoff.
Appreciate that. So Director Mohoff and the PI committee, you will be getting, as you have been receiving, real-time emails from us as we continue to work with our subject matter experts. And as things start moving forward or not moving forward, we will keep you posted on all fronts. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I know it's been a whirlwind there in the State House, so, and at the federal level. So I just really appreciate all of this information. Director Williams.
Yeah, thanks. I know this is called a legislative update. We also have involvement in other organizations that might have influence over our policymaking, SPP or others like that. Is that something that we can expect to see included in a future update so that we can kind of track some of those things? I know that, again, FERC, NERC, SPP directly influence us. Is that something that would be appropriate for to be included in a future update to the committee that we can kind of keep our eyes on?
I think that's a great suggestion because we do go through that as a team, but we can do a high level overview as well, and then put things in the appendix as well. So thank you for that.
Great, appreciate it.
That's good. Lisa, I don't see any other hands raised, so thank you, and Tim and Seth and the whole team that's working so hard on these policy matters. I know that it's obvious that you enjoy what you're doing and that we're happy to have you on our team. So thank you. Next.
Before we jump into the next topic, let's go ahead and take our break that we were scheduled to take at 1:30 because the next topic might take half an hour. So we'll take a break and we will come back at 1:30 and continue the PI committee report.
This is Troy.
All right, we're ready to get going again.
Yes, I think so. Next on the agenda, I guess Mr. Esty is going to give us an update on customer-owned generation. So,
Good afternoon, everyone. Before Kirk steps in, I'm just gonna do a brief intro. So we had presented some changes to the board and to our customer-owned generation process back at the beginning of 2020, and Kirk led that effort along with a lot of folks from across the district, really listening to what customers were giving us as feedback and designing a process and getting the technology that we needed to improve upon that process. At the time we implemented that, we shared it was going to be a continuous improvement along the way. And so I'm really proud of the work that Kirk and the team have done to continue to get feedback from customers and refine the offering. And so that's what he's here today to share, is to give you a little snapshot of some of the work that has been done, and what the next step is in customer-owned generation, and just make sure everyone's informed across the board and in the public about the fantastic work that the team's doing to continue to improve this process for our customers.
Thanks, Julie. Can everybody hear me?
It's kind of faint, Kurt.
I'll try screwing up. Can everybody hear me now?
Barely.
Yeah. I don't know if you go to your settings, sometimes the microphone is not set to pick up as well.
Today, and it was working fine. I'm sorry, I don't know what happened.
That's okay. Kurt, I'm sending you a remote support request. Thank you.
Is that helping at all?
A little better. Can you try checking one more time with me?
Check 1, 2. Is that better?
That might be the best we can get it.
Okay, I'll just scoot way up to my computer, and unfortunately my big mug will be in this postage stamp a little bit bigger. Well, thank you everybody for the opportunity to give a little update on the customer-owned generation program. And like Billy said, my name is Kirk Esty, and I'm the Customer Alternative Energy Solutions. We could go.
Kirk, I think we're having trouble hearing you. Would it be possible maybe for you to call in, so switch your audio and maybe do the audio via your cell phone?
Sure could.
Maybe that would help. You have a wealth of information. We want to make sure that we get it all.
Kirk is dialing in now.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry about that. It always breaks when you really, really need it. It's been flawless for like 3 weeks. So here's kind of a summary of improvements that have been done to date. And like Julie, this has been continuously evolving. This has not been sitting stagnant hardly ever. We've been evolving the website, adding pages, changing how things are worded, adding to the FAQs based upon kind of trends we see in customer requests, customer questions, as well as things we see in the market in general to try to be proactive in helping our customers through this process. We've simplified documents, shortening them, removing kind of industry lingo that might be confusing to try to get it to things that are most relevant and understandable by our customers and contractors. We've simplified that online application. So we have done that by changing the wording of things to make them easier to understand, adding more little helpful hints where you hover your mouse over it and it pops up with little helpful text on how to do things, with the whole point being to make it simpler, faster, less prone to error, and an overall better experience for our customers and contractors that use it primarily. We've improved our communications with our customers and contractors by fine-tuning the content of the communications we send their way, as well as at key points in the process, adding reminders so that key dates are not forgotten or overlooked. For our solar calculator, which is a really neat tool that I bet a lot of you tried on our website, where you can utilizes satellite imagery to zoom in on your roof, uses radar information, look for shading, and it automatically sizes a solar array and runs it through a typical solar year and kicks out some financial estimates. Well, we've been able to do that for a while on residential, but this past year we also added a business option. So it'll zoom in on businesses and take a look at those big roofs as well. We've streamlined internal technical reviews to make sure that only the groups that have to see it are reviewing it. And the reason for that is to get them done as quickly as possible, being as efficient as we can with people's time so that our customers and contractors can get on with their work, and also avoiding needless burdens for groups in the company that might not be impacted very likely by certain types of projects. We improved internal process reporting to provide access to customer-owned generation data to various people inside OPPD that use it to improve how they do their jobs. And finally, improved some tweaking on internal communications to reduce errors for people that utilize customer-owned generation information, to improve their efficiency so that maybe save up a lookup. So we'll provide information in an email to them rather than having them go look something up. So that's kind of a high level of some of the improvements to date. So we could go to the next page. Shown on this screen right now are two of the main process metrics that we use for seeing how the customer-owned generation process is working. The first one is called the technical review duration, and the next one is the witness test duration. The technical review duration is defined as the time between when a contractor submits an application to OPPD for interconnection, and then the time when OPPD gets back to that contractor with the results of the analysis. So that's called a technical review, and that duration average is currently 7.3 days. Our benchmarking that we did toward the beginning of this project showed that if we could do that in 7 to 14 days, we would be in a really good place considering where utilities are that have much deeper penetrations of customer-owned generation than OPPD does. So that's kind of what we were aiming for, 7 to 14 days, and we're at 7.3. Then for witness test duration, that is the time between when the electrical inspector tells OPPD that customer-owned generation installation passed, and then when OPPD provides the witness test. And That is currently about 12.2 days. And our benchmark on that also showed that about 14 days was kind of top quartile good performance. And we could go to the next slide, and we're going to get into more detail on each one of these metrics. So the first one that we mentioned was the technical review duration. Now, the slide along the horizontal axis is time, and along the left vertical axis is the duration in days for each one of the blue dots. Each one of the blue dots represents a technical review. So you can see each technical review has a date that it occurred and the duration in days. And then on the right-hand vertical axis is applications, total cumulative number of applications. And that's what that red line kind of represents. It shows the cumulative number and how it's been increasing over time. In 2020, we had 59 interconnection applications where contractors contacted Oppd and said we would like to interconnect. Then in 2021, we had 544, almost 10 times the volume. So now let's look back at this graph for a moment. You can see I drew a black line on July 26th, just this past summer. And I just wanted to provide a frame of reference. That was the last time that this metric was provided up to you guys for our board of directors. And at that time, the average was 5.7 days. Well, since that time, volume has continued to increase, and that average is actually 8.6 days. And that's an overall average of 7.3. And it is clear that how increasing volume makes these things take a little bit longer because it's the same number of people just doing a larger volume of work. So we could go to the next slide. That's kind of the picture of technical review duration. Now we'll look at the next metric, which was witness test duration. So witness test is a little different than technical review because witness tests, those get done for installations, whereas technical reviews get done for applications. So customers can submit an application and maybe they just don't do the project in the future. So it would never have a witness test. So the witness test, that's why you're seeing a smaller volume. Look at the cumulative project count on the horizontal axis. It's up to 167, and that is the total cumulative witness test that we've done since starting this new process in April of 2020. Now, I put an average of 12.2 days there, and I used the word about 12.2 days because that excludes, just for round numbers, the 30 longest witness tests. And the reason was those were some real outliers from 150 days down to 30 some days. And going through those reasons, they were really out of our control. There were things like the contractor didn't show up. In fact, that happened 18 times just in the October-November timeframe. Another one that the contractor installed a system that they didn't even apply for. They might have installed a 10 megawatt system, but they applied for an 8 megawatt. Well, you have to install what you say you're going to install, otherwise the technical review wasn't applicable. So that happened several times. Our meter automation technicians that do these witness tests, they found safety issues inside the meter socket, and our customers don't know these exist. So our meter technicians bring these conditions, when they're safety conditions, they bring them up to the customer and the contractor and say, we cannot, in good faith, allow this to turn on. They find burned wires, burned bus bars, loose wires. So those safety issues, those cause delays, cause things to be repaired, and that takes time. Several of them, contractors called in and asked for reschedules. The contractor ended up not being able to make the schedule that they originally intended. So that gets pushed out. So that's another reason for the outliers. And then nearly all these situations were actually with one solar provider. So that's kind of a summary for the outliers and why the top 30, and we could have gone more, could have done the top 40 or top 50, but I just kind of chose the top 30 to give you a feel for what was causing those. And we could go to the next slide, Wanted to give you a brief update on the upcoming Trade Ally program for customer-owned generation. We've had Trade Ally programs in existence for several years for lighting and for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning contractors. Well, we felt that customer-owned generation was now at a point, was big enough that we really needed to have a program for them as well. And the goal is similar to the other industries, which is improving alignment and education among key stakeholders. And those would be people like solar contractors, electrical inspectors, engineers, Nebraskans for Solar. All of those groups are invited to our Trade Ally program training sessions. And these training sessions are going to be periodic, probably a couple times a year. And we're also going to include Solar App as part of the training and encourage, since we have electrical inspectors in the audience, encourage them to utilize the Solar App. Because in the future, if that starts to be used, then we could find ways to improve handshaking between Solar App and our PowerClerk online processing software. So maybe in the future, solar installers won't have to fill out 2 applications. Maybe they fill out just Solar App and it automatically populates for the OPPD side. Some of the things on our future radar, and that's why we're talking in that audience about that potential improvement. The other thing that is going to be there is the opportunity for the solar installers primarily to participate as customer-owned generation trade allies. And there's going to be a series of qualifications that they're going to have to meet. And then that would allow them to participate in future rebates and also have their name listed on oppd.com. I'll take a breath there because I think I see that there's some questions.
It looks like maybe Director Williams had his hand raised. I don't know
Okay.
if that was a holdover.
Yep, great, thank you. You're using the term Solar App a number of times. That is the Solar App from NREL, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to make sure because I'm not sure everyone is as familiar with that, but that is a specific piece of software. Can you kind of give us some background on what Solar App is?
Absolutely. It is a piece of software developed by the National Renewable Energy Labs. And the intention was to kind of streamline and standardize the applications for electric permit, the process for all the municipalities, the thousands of municipalities and authorities having jurisdiction in America. They're all kind of different, and solar contractors in particular, they work with lots of authorities having jurisdiction. So it is an attempt to standardize software and processes to help them operate more efficiently and maybe fill out one application that they could use for lots of different authorities having jurisdiction rather than 20 or 30 different ones. And if they started doing that here, then we could leverage that benefit and build it into our software. Were there any questions? I thought I saw a couple, but they flashed up and I didn't read the whole thing.
Director Yoder, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm happy to jump in. So I'm really happy to see the improvement on the soft costs, and that's for the time I've been here. Obviously, that's something I've mentioned often. The question. So looking back, we've improved. What's the goal moving forward on reducing the time from permit to plug-in, as it were?
Well, one of the big steps is the Trade Ally program to get everybody in the room at the same time and talk about best practices, lessons learned, expectations, where to find more information, opportunity to ask questions amongst those in the group, as well as ask the questions of OPPD. We also have a long list of process improvements that we plan to incorporate over time. So I'd say that's kind of the things we're planning to do.
Yeah, I appreciate that you've got methods that you're working through, and I recognize that things are not always in OPPD's control. A friend of mine who's working on installing solar has expressed dismay, not pointing fingers, but at the city in their review of the process. So have you set a goal for once you get all of the obstacles out of the way? Is there 14 days, 10 days, 7 days? Are those, any of those numbers seem reasonable?
Based upon the benchmarking that we did, and it was a lot of utilities that have a lot of solar. We looked at them from SRP to Orlando Utilities to, there were several of them we looked at, and the 7 to 14 days seemed to be a sweet spot. I mean, could we go shorter? We could, yeah, I mean, you could probably do things to go shorter. I think it's important to note that the personnel inside Oppd that have been making these numbers happen, they have not added headcount. They've been able to do this with existing resource levels. They've just gotten better at it, and it's been amazing to do that among almost tenfold growth. So as it keeps growing, I don't want to speak beyond my pay grade, but I think that keeping it to 7 to 14 is reasonable. There's a basis for it. You know, we can go in lots of different directions on that one.
I'm thrilled that that as the demand goes up, that we're able to keep things the same or even drive down the soft costs. So wonderful. Thank you.
And if I may, I would add one element that really stands out to me in Kirk's presentation is safety. But we just had a discussion about safety for employees, for contractors, and in this case, it's safety for our customer owners, right? And that really resonates with me a lot, to make sure that as we continue to make this program more efficient and reduce the time and work with allies, that we never ever compromise safety for our customers. And I really appreciate the way that that Kirk described the breakdown of statistics, to say, you know what, if we will not accelerate any of these reviews if safety is compromised. So I really appreciate that, Kirk, and I commend you and the team for keeping that top of mind.
So Kirk, thank you for this update. I have a couple of questions. It looks to me like we had 544 applications, but only 170 so did the witness test, which tells me that was only 170 of those 544 that got completed. So the rest are still in process, or?
Yeah, that is correct. In fact, that same kind of question came up a couple months ago, so I looked into it because we're wondering, are these being canceled in mass, or what's happening? Why the gap? And they are in large part still in flight. I don't know if they're in financing or under construction, but they are at a point where they're kind of in the contractor and customer's hands, and we're waiting to hear back on them. But there's not a lot of cancellations.
Okay, so we have across the district, what, about over the last year, about 160 new customer-owned generation facilities, and prior to that, so we're still at what, 200 or so total for the entire district.
Thereabouts. There's probably more than that, but I'd need to run the report.
It's okay. Well,
exactly.
I think we'll get that at another time. We get that at another time. So I just, yeah, I mean, 544, it sounded like really awesome, but then when you translate it to finished connected systems, it's really only about 170. So, Eric, did you have another question?
Yeah, I did. Looking forward, we talked about a couple different things there, the application, the technical application, and then you mentioned the witness test. and the witness test being an OPPD personnel in on-site inspection after the electrical inspection. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I guess my question here is kind of as we look forward, that sounds like 2 coordinated on-site inspections, one by an electrical inspector from the city of Omaha, for example, or other relevant jurisdiction, and then a second on-site meeting from an OPPD employee. And I guess, is there any path forward by which we could coordinate with local jurisdictions on one on-site inspection so that we could avoid the homeowner and or contractor needing to be there to do 2 different on-site meetings before the project is finally completed and energized and connected? And I understand that that is a logistic challenge and all the jurisdictions have different permitting and all that, but is that something that we believe might be a possible future direction that we could look toward?
Yes, that is in fact on our roadmap of future improvements. The very first time we showed this to the senior management team at the time, that was one of their suggestions. Can't we do both of these at the same time? And yes, it's on there, and you're exactly right. It's coordinating with about 12 different authorities having jurisdiction and getting electric net bidirectional meters in all their hands and getting everybody on board with what the correct inspection criteria will be. And yeah, but you're exactly right. Great idea, and it's on the roadmap, and it's something we look forward to doing in the future.
Great, I appreciate that. And I know we have discussed it in the past. And as Director Yoder mentioned, the soft costs for solar, I understand that to be something like 30+% of the cost of the project overall. So anything we can do to reduce time and complexity, huge supporter of that. And if anything needs to be done by the board, consider me a strong supporter of getting to one on-site inspection in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I should also mention that I have been involved with the state electrical division, just on various trainings and communications. They actually brought it up to us, saying, how about in the future we work together and do those once instead of twice? And I said, well, gosh, that's a great idea. And so it was great to hear that from their direction too. It should make it easier building bridges when that project comes around in the future.
Go ahead, Craig.
Thank you. Echo the great work to minimize those soft costs. I'll leave it at that, but I think that's phenomenal, especially given the application increase. On that, though, I'm kind of curious if you've got sort of an ear to the ground on whether or not the pretty significant ramp up in applications is sort of bottled up demand that was waiting for the modification to the net metering number, and are you expecting it to level off, go down? I mean, I know that that's sort of probably a little bit hearsay, but I'm just kind of curious as to what the perspective is and what you're hearing on the ground with respect to demand.
The average size of the system remains about 6 kilowatts. So it doesn't appear that raising that limit released a bunch of pent-up demand. There's a handful of large commercial, by large, I mean the 100 kilowatt ones and there's been news releases on one that just recently went live. But the pent-up demand does not appear to be slowing. In fact, 80% of the volume is being done by one solar contractor right now. And I know it because I calculated it this morning. It's almost exactly 80% by one contractor. And we recently had another major contractor come into the OPPD area that has a strong track record of building volume in the areas that they've been. We're not seeing many price increases on solar. It seems to be not being impacted as much as other things in the economy. So the ear to the ground is that we don't anticipate, maybe not continued exponential growth, but maybe more like steep straight line growth going forward.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I'll just quickly add, really excited to see this Trade Ally program stood up. I don't know the extent to which my colleagues on the board get these questions, but I know I frequently get inquiries from people that say, hey, I'm interested in doing some solar. Who should I talk with? And naturally, I'm sending them to OPPD as a starting point, but having a trade ally program, I think, will be really advantageous for a lot of people. So thanks for this work.
I agree. Thanks for those comments, Craig. I don't see any other hands raised.
Okay. Then we've kind of talked about a lot of these already, but on the next steps, we're probably going to be working toward an evergreen solar rebate. That's one of the first things we want to work on, and that's probably going to be a 2023 project. And that is largely tied to the Trade Ally program. Improving the duration of the customer and generation experience with customers, that gets to, Director Yoder, your question, to keep driving down those durations as much as possible. And we have lots of improvements in place that are working toward doing that. Another one is improving the efficiency of large applications from 100 kilowatts up to a megawatt and above. And they include large hospital diesel generators, they include lots of things, but improving the efficiency of those and the substation improvements and telemetry requirements, all the things that come with those. Improved access to information for our technicians in the field. Continue to work to improve that, to Javier's point about safety and knowledge for the frontline personnel. And then finally, we continue to monitor the signposts with our ears to the ground. With the IEM effort that was done a few years ago, the cost of solar and batteries, once solar got to $1.50 per watt, that was going to be a major tipping point. We're currently at the $3 to $4 per watt range still, so we're not close, but we're monitoring it. And you see the kind of growth we're getting in applications, even at the $3 to $4 level. We're continuing to do market research to follow our customers' interest on customer-owned generation to see, are these just early adopters, or is this a long-term trend we can expect? To try to get some insight into how to prepare as a business to support this. We're looking into regulatory impacts. There's a project team live right now working on FERC 2222, how that's going to, that's one of the federal impacts that, Director Williams, you just mentioned. So we have a couple teams working on that right now. And watching OPPD rates and reliability and how those can feed back to customer behaviors, like we saw with the polar vortex, and then the uptick in household generator usage and batteries being connected to their solar, things like that. So we're going to continue to monitor those signposts to be able to stay ahead of these various dynamics that happen in the marketplace. And that is, that's it, unless there's any other questions.
Go ahead, Director Williams.
Great. I saw it on the last slide. I see on the top here, you mentioned the potential for a solar rebate in the future, and it sounded like that would be tied to a project provided by a trade ally. Is that kind of the general concept that you're looking at?
You're very perceptive. That is exactly what it's tied to.
Okay, great. I appreciate it. I'm sorry.
That is because it was a best practice shared with us by many, many utilities that we've talked to regarding their trade ally programs and how to improve customer experiences and avoid black eyes for technology and businesses. It's really a critical element.
Great, thank you. And very glad to hear that. First, I unsurprisingly strongly support an incentive for customer-owned generation. So thank you for moving forward with that. Secondly, we've talked about economic development in the past, and I'm glad to hear the Trade Ally program helping to educate and develop a professional workforce in our state for these types of projects, and then making the incentive tied to that best practice implementation. So I think we're hitting a lot of our SD metrics and objectives all simultaneously here. So very strong support for everything that you've talked about in the area of the Trade Ally program and the potential for a rebate to be developed. Thanks very much for all of that. Looking forward to seeing more about it.
Any other questions or thoughts I could address for anyone?
Thanks, Mr. Esty. Julie, did you have anything to say wrapping up?
No, I just appreciate the questions and the continual challenges. And, with regard to the contractor, I would just say, you know, a new contractor coming into the area, getting set up and established, that could be part of the delays too. So I think it's fair to hold on the challenges and see, just continue to monitor the metrics that Kirk and the team have established so that we can identify where we can improve and where we can talk to the contractors about how they can help us improve the overall experience. So thank you, Kirk, for the update and for the awesome work that you and the team have done.
Happy to.
All right. Director Wagner, I believe that ends the PI report.
All right, thank you very much. Next up, we have confirmation of board meeting agenda. At this time, is there any board member that would like to move any of the consent action items to the board discussion list?
Director Wagner, I see the resolution of appreciation for Julie Comstock as a consent item. Is that something that we would move to the action item list?
So that is intentionally on consent. As I understand it, Julie will not be with us Thursday, so we are going to do the official reading of that resolution here in a few minutes.
Oh.
Heap on our praise and appreciation for her here so she can hear it. And then we will approve the resolution on the consent agenda so that it goes into the public record in that way. Good question. Okay, I think we're in good shape, so we can move on now to the board work plan. Okay, so I think the main item that has shifted, the text in red is what's changed from last meeting. I'm not going to spend time reading it here, but we did in the governance meeting talk about developing CEO performance metrics and start having a conversation in governance around that topic and what that might mean. So we will all hear and contribute to that conversation in the coming months. Is there anything else that I need to highlight here? All right, let's move on. The next item here. Oh, yep, we can just keep moving on here. Okay, thank you. The next item here, I'm going to turn it over, I think, to Troy. Mr. Vi.
Yeah, so as mentioned earlier, there's a lot of great work taking place around these Power with Purpose projects. They're huge projects. We have people all across the district involved. So we just wanted to take a kind of a brief moment to update you on some of that work. Most of the update today will focus on Turtle Creek and Standing Bear Lake generation projects. And we have Megan here with a PowerPoint and some pictures to share. So with that, I'll turn it over to Megan.
Thanks, Troy. All right, next slide, please. Okay, so it's been a couple months since we've provided an update, and so just kind of to reset everybody, we did execute a contract with the Zachary Group in September of 2021 as the engineer, procure, and construct vendor for both the Standing Bear Lake and Turtle Creek Station facilities, including both the generation and substation aspects of that. In November, we were able to bring the teams together from Zachary, Oppd, and HDR, who's our owner engineer, into a kickoff meeting focusing on project goals as well as team building exercises were also able to occur. As we move forward into the project, we are currently in the design and procurement phases are in progress. A lot of transmittals of designs are going back and forth with input from our subject matter experts. We've also begun planning is underway for our construction phase. That includes temporary construction facilities for the site, planning the EPC or engineer procure construct laydown areas, and how the coordination will occur at the site. Zachary has been able to bring in their geotechnical subcontractor to each of the sites and conduct some technical assessments that will help support their work on foundation designs as we move forward on the project. From a major construction activity perspective, we do anticipate that commencing probably the later part of Q1 of 2022. From a equipment perspective, as a reminder, we have contracts with both Wardzilla and Siemens respectively for each of the sites that their equipment will be utilized at. For Wardzilla, for their reciprocating internal combustion engines, some great progress has been made there. They've completed the manufacturing and factory acceptance testing of both their engines and generators, excuse me, all 9 of those. So that's wonderful progress there. From a grading perspective, as a reminder, we did commence grading at Turtle Creek Station in August of 2021, and at Sandy Bear Lake, that started in September of 2021. Those efforts are underway and will continue into this quarter of 2022. From a natural gas supply infrastructure design and planning is underway with Northern Natural Gas at the Turtle Creek Station and with the Metropolitan Utilities District at Sandy Bear Lake. We are anticipating those construction activities for those work streams to commence probably late spring, early summer of 2022. From a community engagement perspective, we do continue to meet our commitment to the City of Papillion, providing them periodic updates on the project. And we do plan to meet with them yet this month in order to provide a project update and to introduce them to our Zachary team from the EPC vendor. On the right-hand side, we do have some project milestones of note. I do think I've highlighted a majority of these. I do want to call out the last 2. Our Sandy Bear Lake Station commercial operation date is slated for May of 2023. And for Turtle Creek Station, our commercial operation date is slated for August of 2023. Next slide, I'll share a couple of project pictures and then I can answer any questions that anybody may have. So as a reminder, from our major equipment, we are under contract with Siemens Energy to provide 2 simple cycle combustion turbines for our Turtle Creek Station. And on the left here, what you see is one of our units, the combustion turbine inlet at the factory. And then on the right-hand side, we are under contract with Wardzilla to provide reciprocating internal combustion engines. And in this particular picture, it's a picture from Wardzilla ABB of the generator for our project, one of the generators. Next slide. Here is a picture of our preliminary grading at Standing Bear Lake. And then just to kind of provide perspective, this is kind of a bird's eye view. If you were standing off of Military Road, kind of looking south at the site, 120th Street would kind of be off to the right-hand side or the northeastern side of that picture. And then one more slide, please, Mo. And for Turtle Creek Station, this is preliminary grading. If you were standing, a bird's eye view, if you're standing kind of on the southern property line looking to the north, the road up north there would be Fairview Road. And then off to the left-hand side or western side would be 168th Street to kind of give a perspective. One thing of note here is we did have a well at this site, and that has been decommissioned as part of the preliminary grading efforts that are underway here at the site. With that, I know that's a pretty quick and brief update, but certainly happy to answer any questions that anybody has on either one of these projects.
Hey, Megan, just for location, and maybe you mentioned this and I missed it. Where is the landfill? Can you see the landfill from these?
Oh, it's off to the right-hand side or the eastern side there. The green off to the right-hand side of this picture.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Director Yoder?
Hey, oh, good. I was going to ask if I could ask a question. Thank you. Thank you, Megan. That was a great overview. Back to the bullets on the update. The natural gas supply infrastructure design and planning is underway with 2 different organizations. Just curious, how long do those gas lines? What's the lifespan of those gas lines? Any idea?
That's a great question. I'm not sure if Gary Rule's on, maybe to help answer that question. I don't see him on here. I don't know specifically. I can find out for you and get that response to you.
Yeah, so I'll just got a couple of related questions. So are they lined for H2 for hydrogen when they're going in for installation for 100%, not a mixture? And then there's another question related to that. Are we monitoring for leaks, or is that the responsibility? When is that our responsibility, and when's that the responsibility of these 2 other organizations? Does that change at the property line, or just?
Yeah, these are all great questions. I think certainly I'll find out the answer as far as the life of the line. These are, and then in addition to, are they being lined or set up for, hydrogen from the get-go? We're in the early phases of that, but currently that is not the plan to have it 100% hydrogen capable at this time. And then I think you're asking about leak detection, and certainly we would have that capability for our plant proper, I would call it. And then there'd probably be a division line, and where that exactly lies, I can also find that out for you.
That's great. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll follow up on that. I believe the natural gas facilities determine the specifications, but we'll definitely bring that information back because those are good questions.
Again, thank you.
I don't see any other questions right now.
Well, if there's nothing else on this, thanks, Megan. That was great. I did want to mention verbally, as far as transmission goes, I'll give you a couple quick updates on that. In the next 2 months, we're going to bring back a bigger presentation of that activities. But I did want to mention that the easement negotiations have begun for the Sarpy Southwest transmission, and we would expect that to continue through March. All material contracts for the Sarpy Southwest transmission work has been awarded. And thankfully, we're not seeing any type of major lead time issues with those, which are always a concern in today's environment. So that's going quite well. And then transmission construction bids are due soon for review. So activities taking place. Again, I just wanted a real quick review, and we'll come back with a lot more detail here in the next 2 months.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the resolution of appreciation for Julie Comstock. So I think our process here is Mo's going to read the resolution, similar to what we would normally do during our board meeting. And then if any director would like to say a few words, we will have time for that. Go ahead, Mo.
Can everyone hear me first off?
We can.
Excellent. Whereas Julie A. Comstock, Vice President, Customer Service of the Omaha Public Power District, will conclude her service at OPPD on February 1st, 2022, after more than 33 years of service. And whereas on October 17th, 1988, Ms. Comstock joined OPPD as an accounting clerk in the Financial Services Division. She joined the Customer Service Division on September 16th, 1995, and assumed roles of increasing responsibilities throughout her tenure in that division, including as Manager, Customer Operations Technology, and Division Manager, Customer Service Operations. She was promoted to Vice President, Customer Service on July 1st, 2015. And whereas Ms. Comstock has been an exemplary leader in the development and implementation of OPPD's vision, mission, core values, and strategic directives in service to the district, And whereas Ms. Comstock significantly contributed to the development and implementation of systems and policies that enabled OPPD to conduct its activities safely, lawfully, and ethically. And whereas Ms. Comstock has fostered a commitment to strong financial discipline, risk management, and continuous improvement. And whereas Ms. Comstock has been an advocate for diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the overall well-being of all employees to create a best place to work. And whereas Ms. Comstock has exemplified community and industry leadership through effective engagement with customer owners, employees, and other stakeholders. And whereas Ms. Comstock has championed the development and delivery of exceptional customer service, products, and programs on behalf of OPPD's customer owners. And whereas Ms. Comstock has remained dedicated to the ideals of public power, and OPPD's customer owners have benefited because of her commitment to providing affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive energy services. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Omaha Public Power District, at a meeting duly convened on the 20th day of January 2022, desires to publicly acknowledge the important contributions of Julie A. Comstock and to express its gratitude for the commitment, integrity, and pursuit of excellence consistently demonstrated during her years of service. And be it further resolved that a suitably inscribed copy of this resolution be presented to Julie A. Comstock to serve as a constant reminder of the sentiments expressed herein.
Thank you very much, Mo. I'm going to start with Javier. Go ahead.
Well, I think the resolution says it all. I'll add some color to these. Julie is probably one of the most passionate professionals I have ever met when it comes to representing our customer owners. And you have no idea, seriously, when we talk about policies and programs that we develop, and just now, a few minutes ago, we're talking about solar and the Ally program, Julie's voice is all over these. Always caring for every customer, whether it's an affordability issue, whether it's a renewable issue or a commercial and industrial, her passion to serve every single customer shines through. The pride, Julie, that you exhibit on every conversation we have about always putting OPPD in a good place and serving the customer is inspiring. When I joined OPPD back in 2017, customer service was one area that I didn't have a lot of experience in, having worked in a wholesale utility before. And you have been a mentor. You've been incredibly helpful at helping me understand the nuances of customer service in the utility. And I can always count on you for candid feedback. I know that you say it as it is, and you always mean well. And I'm gonna miss your advice, your humor in the executive team, and mostly I think we all, and I speak for the executive team, we're going to miss your expertise. Your voice of experience will be sorely missed at OPP. I wish you and John the best. I know you're going to have a lot of fun. You've earned it. You deserve it. So go ahead, and hopefully we will continue to be in touch.
Thank you, Javier. It has been a joy and a pleasure, and I appreciate all the well wishes. And I appreciate you all accepting my candid feedback along the way.
I think we
You always knew when in an executive meeting, Julie would be always very quiet, but you know that and eventually when she said something, we all listened. So thank you, Julie.
All right, Director Moody.
33 years, that's super impressive, Julie. And I'm really, really grateful for your dedicated work. As I was sitting here listening to the resolution, I think Javier said it really well, but I had two thoughts that came to mind when I really wanted to think about what I was most grateful for. The first was thoughtful. You've always been so thoughtful in how you approach your work and how you show up to meetings and how you interact with us as board members, with the community. It's just so sharp in what you do and so thoughtful in how you approach it. So I'm really grateful for that. And then, as Javier said, I always viewed you as really representing the customers in many ways, which I really, really appreciated. I didn't feel like I was getting, when you spoke, kind of the, not that anyone else does this, right, but the company line, so to speak. I knew that you were always really focused on what's in the best interest of our customers, and that's something that I appreciate. So congratulations and thank you for all of your work.
Thank
Director
you.
Yoder.
Thank you. Well, Julie, I wish you the best. It's bittersweet. There's, you know, no one wants to give up a good team member, but I understand your desire to do what's best for you and your personal growth, and so I wish you the best there. My reflections are that I've always enjoyed our conversations. They have been full of give and take and unexpected agreements. I mean, they've always been great. I'm thankful for the growth and the change that you've steered in the company while I've been here. And really selfishly, I really was happy that you provided a ready response to the customer wants that were steered in my direction. I could just hand them off to you. So that I really appreciate everything you've done and working with you and wish you the best.
Director Kavanaugh.
Julie, thank you and congratulations on a great career. It's been mentioned earlier, you're always thoughtful and very professional, and that's greatly appreciated. You started off with the company in basically an entry-level position and worked your way up to retire as a vice president. Those are the career kind of stories I like to hear. We don't hear that very often anymore. My hat's off to you. You've done a great job. Obviously, you've had a lot of bosses along the way who thought highly of you, that moved you up and along, and you've certainly not disappointed and done a great job. Thanks again and congratulations.
Director Williams.
Great. Well, Julie, first, congratulations on everything you've accomplished, and thank you for all the work you've given to OPPD, all the assistance you've provided to me as I've been a director, and most importantly, to the customer owners who our entire organization serves and to whom you have been so dedicated through your entire career. We're all working, as I mentioned earlier today, in the early phases of a significant clean energy transition. And a very large portion of that work happens behind the scenes, where our customer owners and residents in our community don't have a chance to see what's occurring in transmission and distribution and in energy generation. But the work that you and your team do is very much visible to the customers and people in our community at all times, both in good times when policies are updated and we get to provide information to the customers that we are improving service for them and relaying how well things are going within the organization, and in challenging times when we have to respond to outages, when we have to provide information about complicated updates that maybe the board of directors has asked to be implemented. And throughout all of that, I've seen nothing but professionalism and an extreme dedication to both your team at OPPD and to the members of the public from you and everyone who works for you. And so I applaud all that you've done internally and in our community. And in thinking back, before I was a director, I was a kind of a community advocate for clean energy and improvements at OPPD. And after I installed the solar on my own home, I noticed there was somewhat of a challenge in the billing software, that it wouldn't reflect a particular value that I was very interested in. And I think that I called you personally on your phone, maybe prior to, but even maybe after you had been promoted to the executive level. And you personally looked up the information about the monthly generation of solar at my home and would send that information back to me. And it's a tiny detail, but that type of dedication has been extremely important to our organization. It was very helpful to me as an individual, and now as a director, your service has been extremely appreciated. So thank you for everything. I wish you all the best in the future. And I know that our organization and our community is better for everything you've provided to all of us. Thank you.
Director Spurgeon.
In my 1 year on the board, circumstances have arranged for me to have a little bit more interaction with Vice President Comstock than I might have otherwise done. I have been impressed not only with the breadth of responsibility that she oversees in her business unit, but also with Julie's deep and wide knowledge of OPPD itself. Well, she grew up with the company. What can we say? That's what happens. But always, Julie, your patience and goodwill has been evident in every interaction that I have been a witness to. And your service to OPPD has been terrific and tremendous. Thank you so much. And warmest wishes to you on the next leg of your journey in life.
Director Molhoff.
So, as someone who retired after 33 years in an organization, Julie, I am impressed that you stuck with this organization for so long. I also know that as a woman in an organization that is mostly run by men, it's sometimes twice as difficult to do your job and make changes as a woman in that organization. And so I know that OPPD has a very inclusive environment, but having people like you as role models really helps all the women in the organization to say, I can do this. And Julie, you've been so helpful. I know that you have really enjoyed what you've done, but your accomplishments are very impressive. And I've enjoyed working with you, and I'll miss you. But as someone who's retired, I know the joy of that experience. So best to you and your husband in the future that you have planned. Thank you so much.
All right, Julie, it's my turn. I admire you tremendously. I remember the first time I came to Energy Plaza and you pulled me aside because I had some very specific concerns and questions, and you took the time. I was impressed that you took the time. I was this brand new director. I think I just was there for a short meeting, and you seized the opportunity to make time to talk to me about a couple items, and I was impressed with the way that you approached that conversation, and then all conversations since then. I appreciate your measured thought process, logical thought process, and certainly I hope that you recognize, because we certainly do, that you're leaving this organization in a better state than when you joined it. So thank you so much for your service and your dedication to the district. We will miss you, and we wish you the best.
Thank you. I really appreciate the comments, and I obviously will miss all of you as well, and all of my dear friends and the OPPD family. And I just want to take a minute to thank you all for the opportunity to serve OPPD over the years. It's been a blessing, and I'm appreciative of all the employees at OPPD. They are, they are here to serve our customers, and they approach it in that manner. They are professional, they're bright, and they want to do what's best. And I'm excited about the future of OPPD. I wish I had another 33 years in me. But it's time for me to move on. And so, like I said, it's hard to believe that it's been 33 years since I walked into Energy Plaza. I started as an accountant in financial accounting and reporting. And, back then it was all about mainframes and ledgers. And so a large part of my career was spent helping the district to improve upon our technology. And, it's kind of ironic now we're in this phase of technology debt that we've been in over the past few years. But I know the team is well positioned from the strategic work that's been done and the conversations with Powering the Future 2050 that I know the board has learned about, employees have learned about and the public's going to learn about soon. And I'm just excited. I was excited to have been a part of that strategy conversation. And I'm excited that we have a roadmap that's being built that really encompasses the whole district. We're all aligned. And I'm excited for the technology that's on the forefront for our customers. I do want to thank the customer service team. They have been fantastic to work with over the years. They have tackled many challenges, and you know, the past few years they've come at us fast and furious, and the team has just done a fabulous job of responding. And you heard about those during the board meetings with the customer trends and how we approach the pandemic, and just the care and thoughtfulness again of the team in making sure that we were there for our customers and helping them through that. I'm proud of the work that the whole organization has done from the business continuity perspective, and it's been fun to see, you know, some of those things over the time of the 30 years. You know, when you're only in an organization for a short period of time, you maybe can't appreciate the growth that's come along the way. But I feel blessed that I've been able to see it. I've been a part of it, and I've been able to see others just really take the baton and move things forward. And so a lot of appreciation to our frontline folks, the business continuity teams, our technology team, energy delivery, the generation folks. Everybody has just done a fantastic job of serving our customers and really making my job as the Vice President of Customer Service much easier. So I'm proud of the work that the team does, and I know, and I will be watching as a customer. I'm not going to leave the service territory, so I am anxiously awaiting, you know, the results of the strategy work that's been done and the work that you all are about to embark on. And I'll continue to take pride in the success of my OPPD family. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That was our last item on the agenda. So we will conclude this meeting, and I'll see you all on Thursday via WebEx events at 5 p.m. Thank you.